can see the end from a distance. I've got a way of getting everything I want, what he needs from me. I can see the way he's watching.
Bună dimineața! Hristos a înviat! Nu sunteți convinși? Hristos a înviat! Bună dimineața tuturor! Ne bucurăm să fim astăzi aici, pe scena acestei săli minunate, Aula Magna, deținută de Universitatea Științele Vieții, și mă bucur pentru că suntem pentru a doua oară găzduiți de dumneavoastră. Vă mulțumim foarte mult pentru susținere și pentru parteneriat și, de asemenea, pentru că va fi în limba engleză toată transmisia live și prezentările pe care le vom avea specifice pregătite pentru conferința noastră. Am câteva anunțuri la început în română, apoi vom trece pe limba engleză. Mulțumesc tuturor celor care au răspuns invitației de a fi alături de noi. Am să vă rog telefoanele să fie pe silențios și dacă doriți să dați share linkului de live, ne găsiți pe Facebook Dutch Consulate Iași-România sau pe LinkedIn, la fel veți găsi linkul pentru conferința noastră la ediția a doua, ceea ce este o mare bucurie pentru noi și vă mulțumesc că ați răspuns invitației și mai mult decât atât, știu că v-ați rezervat toată ziua să stați aici cu noi până la ultimul speaker. Așa este? Mă adresez în special celor din spate, care știu că ei nu prea au stare de obicei, dar cu siguranță veți afla informații foarte valoroase dacă veți alege să rămâneți alături de noi. Sunt Amalia Georgescu, consul onorific al Regatului Țărilor de Jos în Iași și această conferință a fost inițiată pentru a promova atât noutățile din regiunea noastră, cât și de a promova inovațiile din Regatul Țărilor de Jos în zona agriculturii și ne bucurăm că ați ales să fiți alături de noi. So, now, welcome everyone, welcome our guests coming from the Netherlands, coming from the Republic of Moldova. We are more than grateful to have you here. The event will be in English. Also, we have the live transmission that now you can see via Facebook on our social page, Dutch Consulate Iași minus Romania. You can share it to all your guests that follow us from home or from other countries. And I am more than grateful to our host, University of Life Sciences, to be here, our partner for the second year in a row. And of course, I myself, Amalia Georgescu, representing Netherlands as the Honorary Consul in Iași, I am very happy to welcome you all here. At the beginning, please rise and we will listen to the national anthem of Romania and the Netherlands. Please. Thank you. You can be seated. And now I would like to invite for the welcome speeches our Rector of the University of Life Sciences in Iași, Professor PhD Gerard Jitărean.
Your Excellency Wilhelmine van Haffen, Ambassador of Kingdom of Netherlands and Romania, Your Excellency Alexandra Cian, State Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Food Industry, Republic of Moldova, Your Excellency Mihai Chirica, Mayor of Municipality of Iași, and Mr. Samalia Georgescu, Honorary Consul Kingdom of the Netherlands, distinguished guests, dear colleagues from agribusiness. Welcome within Iași University of Life Sciences. It is a great pleasure to have you here today in our university for the second edition of the International Conference, Future of Agri-Food Industry. The aim of this meeting is to present Dutch and Romanian smart agricultural solutions for climate changes, namely to respond in a practical way to the challenges related to the management of water and soil resources, the use of clean technologies, and the production of food in safety conditions and security. This meeting represents also a good opportunity to establish new connecting in our areas of interest, taking into account that a certain number of Dutch companies are working already in Romania, and the increased number of Dutch farmers which are interested to invest in our country. Together, we have to manage perhaps the most important resources without which the planet and humanity in general would not exist: natural resources and human resources. How they are managed will be the measure of our future generations regarding us. Thus, policy governance must be multi-level: environment, smart agriculture, processing industry, food security and safety, circular economy, biodiversity, and habitat conservation. We, Iași University of Life Sciences, with more than 5,000 students and more than 500 employees, more than half of whom are teachers and researchers, with a common goal, that of training highly qualified specialists in the fields of agronomy, horticulture, animal husbandry, food industry and biotechnology, environment protection, and veterinary medicine. Also, our university has good relations with the university and research stations in the Netherlands, through which common research themes and curriculum improvement at bachelor, master, or PhD level. Me too, I was 30 years ago a fellow of University of Wageningen in soil tillage laboratory under the Professor Udo Perdock scientific connection. At national level, the Common Agricultural Policy is applied through the National Strategic Plan 2023-2027, which has specific measures in order to make agriculture sustainable and competitive. Romania has the largest number of farmers from European Union, more than 23% of the active population being involved in agriculture, mostly in small farms, but also the largest area of agricultural land in the total surface, more than 57%. For these reasons, European Union and national policies support farmers through financial incentives, and more than 41% of the European Union budget for rural development is earmarked for green policies or for the development and maintenance of biodiversity. In this context, the research approach and university curricular policies must take into account these changes in relation to the national and even local context. I'm confident in our cooperation, and I'm certain that we have the potential to promote a sustainable and resilient agricultural sector, reaching the targets proposed by the European Union through appropriate research and technology transfer. I should like to thank all the people involved in setting of this meeting. I wish good luck to all the speakers and the participants, and I hope that all of us will have an interesting and fruitful day. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rector. It's a great honor to be here indeed and to cooperate in this international conference. And now I'm more than honored to introduce and to welcome to Iași Her Excellency Willemijn van Haften, Ambassador of the Kingdom of the Netherlands in Romania, representing Netherlands since 2023 in our country.
I am of the age where I have to put my glasses on if I want to read my speech. So, thank you. Thank you very much. Professor Dr. Zitarianu, Rector of the University, Mr. Mayor, Mr. State Secretary from the Republic of Moldova, ladies and gentlemen, friends from the Netherlands, welcome, and of course, thank you, Amalia, our honorary consul. What a fantastic honorary consul to have in a beautiful city like Iași. I'm very happy to be here today, to see so many of you present and interested, and with such diverse backgrounds. So that's really nice. I want to express, first of all, my great gratitude to the University of Life Sciences here in Iași for receiving us with such hospitality for already the second time. This is becoming really a wonderful event and a kind of tradition to be here in this lighthouse of agricultural education and research. And I also want to thank very much Mr. Mayor, because as I have said a few times in the past couple of days, you always make us feel very welcome in the beautiful city of Iași. We will dive today deeper into smart agricultural practices, how to cope with climate change effects. We will be exchanging and learning from each other's strategies to adapt. And this occasion will also be a podium for the latest developments in research, in knowledge, and in technologies. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is very important. Netherlands and Romania, we face, although we may seem apart on the European continent, our challenges are very similar. Last year was dramatic for Dutch farmers, with returning frost in springtime with continuous rainfalls. In Romania, farmers faced long months of excessive heat and drought, but also very intense, heavy rainfalls. And this spring, Romania was confronted with late frost, leading to a foreseeable loss in production this year, especially in fruits. So we have a mutual interest in combating, in adapting, in sharing our knowledge and experiences, but also, and that is also a very important aspect of today, in partnering, in doing business together. And the current geopolitical context makes that even more important. European food security is more important than ever. And we, as EU countries, have to provide for that. And in that context, I am especially happy that we have today with us the State Secretary from the Republic of Moldova, because we need to share our knowledge also with candidate countries like the Republic of Moldova. The Agri team at our embassy, as well as our very active and energetic, you've met her, Honorary Consul Amalia Georgescu, we are extremely happy to offer facilitation and support on all levels. So be it G2G, government to government, K to K, knowledge to knowledge, K to B, knowledge to business, and B2B, business to business level, we are there as your partners. This activity today, this conference, is one in a row of what we like to call the food, water, energy, environment nexus. We have a series of events and activities related to this nexus, and our agricultural team will continue to work in strong collaboration with all our partners. We are now going to start the second event of this conference. We chose actually this time to offer a podium and provide a good occasion for very exemplary partners to share their inspiring stories, their cases, and what are the interesting developments in their fields. And I'm really happy, I'll say it again, that so many Dutch and Romanian companies and institutions were interested to join this event. We're also, and a special thanks to all of them, were interested in sponsoring our event. They're all at the bottom of the conference program, or you don't now see it anymore. So I will refrain from naming all of them because there's quite a lot of them, but it's a very nice sign of the interest from knowledge institutions and from businesses between the Netherlands and Romania. So I wish you all a very fruitful and rich half day of lectures, discussions, and practical insights. I strongly encourage you also to take advantage of the networking opportunities that this day provides, and I'm hoping that you will all go away this afternoon with new, interesting partners for climate change solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being here with us, Willemijn. And we are honored to have with us for the first time the State Secretary representing Ministry of Agriculture and the Food Industry of Republic of Moldova, Alexandra Cian.
Good morning. Well, all different people need different adjustments. It's a great pleasure and honor for me to represent the Ministry of Agriculture of the Republic of Moldova here at this conference. And I want to thank the host. I want to thank the Embassy of the Netherlands and Amalia for putting this together and for having me here. I would like to start by thanking the host not only for being the promoter of climate-smart agriculture here in Iași, but also for being a partner, a long-standing partner to the Moldovan agricultural education for projects, for support, for expertise. The fact that we need to be responsive to what the climate puts up in front of us is no longer a question of whether it's needed or not. Over the past 20 years, Moldova experienced 9 years of droughts of different severity. Those droughts were followed by floods that destroyed crops, washed soil, and compromised crop from 40 to 75% year on year. These figures are not just statistics. These figures are our food security. These figures are our day-to-day life. This is the job security, and this is also the future of our countries. For me today here at the university, it means we came here to learn for the best in the industry, to learn from the ones that stand up and the ones that bring knowledge into the field. Agriculture has always been a sector that required a lot of research. Agriculture has always been a labor-intensive process. However, with the dynamics of climate change today, we need to make sure that the science and the innovation gets deployed into the field really fast and to a broad extent. I want to thank the government of Netherlands for their support, not only for what they do in matters of research, but also what they do in supporting Moldova as a candidate country. We have great support from the Ministry of Agriculture of Netherlands, helping us transit the policies to the Common Agriculture Policy, aligning our practices and aligning our legal provisions to make sure that the Moldovan agriculture can find its spot in the common market. On this note, I would like to wish everyone to take the most use of today's event. And while we are in the center of knowledge, to make sure that this knowledge, when it departs the walls of the university, is put to the best use. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I will also would like to welcome and say thank you for being here with us, the General Consul representing Republic of Moldova in our region, Mr. Ion Coșer. Thank you so much for being here with us. And of course, I welcome all the speakers. Soon you will meet them all. We are so grateful to have you all here in our beautiful city, Iași. And of course, we have so many surprises that we have prepared, because on Sunday, we have launched a very beautiful project. Soon you will find out more about the beautiful Dutch tram that we launched. And this project is one of the many projects that the municipality of Iași is developing and is constantly changing our beautiful city. So now please welcome the mayor of our city, Mr. Mihai Chirica.
Bună ziua tuturor! O universitate mare are un anfiteatru mare și trebuie să avem răbdare până ajungem pe scenă. Domnule rector, excelențele voastre, stimată doamnă ministru secretar de stat, domnule președinte al Senatului, stimați profesori, dragi studenți, a doua ediție a devenit tradițional deja pentru Universitatea Agronomică să se implice în proiecte care țin nu numai de pregătirea profesională a celor care trec pragul acestei universități, dar mai ales în crearea unei rețele, a unor interconexiuni permanente cu tot ceea ce se întâmplă la nivel european și mondial. Am să fiu foarte scurt, dar așa cum am făcut-o și anul trecut, vin să aduc câteva din elementele care ne fac în continuare să tragem un semnal de alarmă. Lumea se schimbă. Schimbări climatice, schimbări tehnologice, schimbări de mentalitate, schimbări în general, care ne determină să fim tot mai activi, tot mai prezenți în fața acestora, tot mai sustenabili, să ne adaptăm tot mai bine pentru a putea face față noii vieți. Totodată, uităm din elementele principale pe care omenirea le-a clădit de-a lungul mileniilor.
That the humankind built along the millennia. Important things are taught in schools with professors that manage to transmit to students the things they need during their whole lives.
Evenimentele din ziua de ieri,
the events from yesterday that are, from my point of view, dramatic due to the fact that an entire country got disconnected from energy. This shows very clearly that we're
Încă nu
not
avem
ready yet.
specialiștii de
We
care lumea are nevoie.
do not have the specialists that the world needs.
Acționăm după principii
We are still
și nu după
acting
reguli.
according to principles and
și
not
știință.
according to rules and
Încă
science.
punem principiile în fața
We are still
cunoștințelor.
putting principles
Încă mai avem
in
nevoie
front of
de a ne
knowledge,
adapta la noile schimbări.
and we need to adapt to the new
Am început să ne
changes.
digitalizăm foarte mult.
We began to digitalize very much, but we forgot that excessive digitalization is a danger in front of those who want to disturb your activity. We believe in smart technologies, but we forgot Pythagoras' theorem. We started to use technology very much, but we ignore its principle of functioning. Therefore, I believe that these conferences
Ne aduc din nou cu picioarele pe pământ.
bring us back to reality, to the essential things that are
Să știm să lucrăm pământul,
basic for
să
life,
știm să
knowing to
un echipament
work
agricol,
the
să știm
soil,
să întreținem
knowing
cu mintea
to
și știința noastră un
start up a
animal
machine
care ne hrănește,
to maintain,
să știm să respectăm
to
natura așa cum
raise
făceau
animals and respect nature,
și bunicii și străbunicii noștri
as
erau
our
un
grandparents
respect
and
aproape
grandparents
mistic
did.
între om și
There was
natură,
a almost
fără a
mystical
exploata în
respect
exces
between
și
human
fără
and
a-i
nature,
suge
without
toate
exploiting
doar
in
pentru
excess
a te
nature
Să
and
încercăm să ne
sucking up
întoarcem
all
din nou
its
la
resources
științele
just to get
elementare,
rich.
matematică,
We need
fizică,
to
chimie,
get back to
să
elementary
foarte bune științele
sciences,
umaniste, dar
mathematics,
regulile lui
chemistry,
se nasc
biology,
din aceste științe fundamentale
from which
și să
the
încercăm
rules of the
să
world
interconectăm toată
are
Europa cu tot ce
set
are
up.
mai bun. Nu
And
există
we need to
oameni de
connect
știință
Europe with what
mai buni
it
în vest
has,
decât în est, în nord sau
all,
în
all
sud.
its best.
Dar sunt convins că împreună vor fi mai productivi și vor
People
face ca lucrurile
will
să
be
meargă
productive
mai
together
bine.
and will make things
Suntem
work together.
țări componente ale comunității europene și
We
noi
are European
și
countries,
Olanda, așa cum spunea și excelența
Romania,
sa, doamna
the
Oxana.
Netherlands,
Avem
as Her
foarte
Excellency
mult lucru de făcut împreună,
Mrs.
dar,
Ambassador
în primul
said.
rând, trebuie
We have
să
many things to
consolidăm
do
această familie
together,
mare.
but
Iar consolidarea
first of all, we
familiei
need to
europene se face
consolidate
pe
this big
principii
family.
economice.
And this is not
ci pe
done
principii culturale.
according to economic principles, but according
Europa
to
trebuie să
cultural
renunțe un pic
principles.
la principii
Europe needs to
care asta
let
la
go
baza
of the principle
consolidării ei
that
a cărbunelui
on
și
which
oțelului,
was based
pentru că acum
the
alte
industry
state
of,
știu să facă cărbune și oțel.
steel
China,
and carbon.
India și alte state
China,
ale Asiei.
India, and other
Trebuie
states
să
of
ne
Asia.
întoarcem la principiile care au consolidat continentul european.
We have to go back to the
în fața
principles that
celorlalte state
consolidated
ale
the
lumii.
European
Și aici
continent in
sunt
front of
elementele
the other
culturale,
states of the world.
elementele
These
legate
are
de
the
tradiția
cultural
unei școli puternice
elements,
care s-a născut
elements
în
related to the
continentul
tradition
european.
of
Și
schools
să încercăm să
that were
ne
born
consolidăm
in Europe,
capacitățile noastre de
and to
producție,
try to
pentru
consolidate
că
our production
deschiderea
capacities,
spre piețele
because
asiatice
the
n-a
opening
făcut decât să
towards the
încurajeze
Asian
sclavia.
markets only
Noi
encouraged
i-am
slavery.
obligat pe chinezi
We
să-i
obliged
pună
the
la muncă pe
Chinese
50 de
to make
dolari sau pe 100 de dolari
their
pentru a
people
cumpăra
work
produsul foarte ieftin, dar am
for
uitat să fabrică.
$50 in order to
Nu mai știm
buy
să ne facem
very
produsele
cheap
de care avem
products,
nevoie.
but we
Motiv
instead
pentru
forgot
care
to produce
Europa trebuie să
the
se
products we
refacă din
need.
nou
Therefore, Europe
picioarele pe pământ
has to go back
și
to
să încerce
reality
să-și consolideze cu adevărat
and
o
consolidate
școală și o economie care
a
să
school
poată face
and an
sustenabilă
economy that can make it
competiție cu
sustainable
celelalte
in
continente
competition
și cu
to
celelalte
the other
puteri
continents
ale lumii.
and the other powers of
Cred
the
că
world.
dușul ucrainian
I think
are și
that
părțile
the
lui.
Ukrainian shower
ne-a
has
arătat
its
exact unde sunt.
good parts. It
Nu
showed
știm să
us
ne
exactly
apărăm
where we
granițele
are.
Europei,
We
nu știm să
don't know
facem
how
echipamente
to
militare, nu știm
defend
să
our
insuflăm
borders.
cetățeanului european
We don't know how
patriotismul
to
și dragostea pentru țara lui
make
și
our
continentul său
citizens be
european.
patriots and love
Acestea
their
sunt
country
lucrurile
and their
esențiale care
continent.
se vor lega
These are
și
the
din
essential
obligația
things.
noastră de a deveni mai puternici în fața schimbărilor
And we
climatice,
ought to learn how to deal with climate, geopolitical changes, or other threats that came upon us. School will make the difference. Education will
și
make the difference.
modalitatea în care europenii
And
vor
the way
înțelege să se
in which
organizeze
Europeans will understand
într-o
how
rețea
to organize
unică,
themselves in a unique network,
consolidată,
consolidated network, but not closed network, through which all these dangers that we confronted during the 3-4 years can be solved by work.
Doresc să vă felicit, domnule rector.
I want to congratulate Mr. Rector for his involvement, and not only in the scientific exchanges that you consolidate together with the Embassy of the Netherlands in Romania, but also for the rest of the community projects that you launched in Iași. I also want to congratulate all the professors for the quality of the Teaching Act, and also the Republic of Moldova, who is present here. We are very interested also our future, as we are also interested in your future. We are two countries with the same name, two peoples of the same mother. We are like the sons of the wolf, and we cannot forget this. I want to congratulate the Romanian government for the initiative to start rebuilding the bridge from Ungheni. You cannot imagine how important this is for the future of the Republic of Moldova in the European context, as well as congratulations to everyone who contribute to the academia. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The mayor of our municipality, Mr. Mihai Chirica. Of course, he's always very kind and preparing these beautiful flowers for our guests. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for being here with us. And now we welcome on the stage Mr. Gabriel Hoha, Executive Director of Iași County Agriculture Directorate for, let's say, one of the last welcome speeches, but most important because we work together in promoting our agricultural businesses, our values and opportunities in the region. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Rector Jităreanu, Her Excellency Mrs. Van Haften, Mrs. State Secretary Șian, Mr. Mayor Chirica, dear guests, my name is Gabriel Hoha and I am Executive Director of Iași County Agriculture Directorate. I am very honored to be present at this conference, and I want to congratulate for the organization and the topics proposed for this discussion. Our institution has as a main task implements national and European agricultural policies, provide technical consultancy to farmers, provider of professional training, inspection activity in the agri-food sector. Iași County has an agricultural area about 380,000 hectares, of which about 275,000 hectares is arable land. The main agricultural crops in 2024 were the following: wheat, around 25,000 hectares, corn, about 95,000 hectares, sunflower, around 42,000 hectares, rape seeds, about 1,500 hectares, soybean, about 7,000 hectares, and sugar beet, about 200 hectares. The county's agriculture depends mostly on the weather, which is unpredictable from one year to the next. So the last year, about 7,000 hectares were affected by heat. Iași County has a very good agricultural potential and invite to everyone to invest in our agriculture. Congratulations once again for organization to the conference. Thank you.
Thank you again for being here with us. And Of course, we are now moving to the first panel, the first debate that we'll have, and my colleagues will prepare the place for our guests, but not before saying thank you and bringing our special greetings to our institutional partners. Netherlands Ministry of Agriculture, Fishes, Food Security and Nature, Ministerul Agriculturii și Industriei Alimentare a Republicii Moldova, the Agriculture Directorate of Iași, the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Iași, Netherlands Romanian Chamber of Commerce, areas, University of Applied Sciences, Faculty of Electronic Engineering and Applied Informatics, ING Bank, FIXIM Federation, the Organization of Women Entrepreneurs. Also, thank you to our business partners, Ageo Biz and Corporate Events, Betin Farm, Association Betania, Zeelandia, Panifcom, Dene Agrar, Fabricat în Iași, Clubul Fermierilor Români, Asociația Producătorilor Locali, Agri Crops, Frizon, Alcedo, Crops, Centric, Strunga Winery, Holland Farming, Conacul Goruni, VGB Water Technic, Prisaca Bârnova, Bondo Bakery, Sis Agria, Hempflux, UV Raw Association, Biocomp, Star Life. Please applaud our partners. We also want to thank and bring our greetings to our media partners, Agripedia.ro, Iași4U, All Events, Events Max, AgroTV, G4Food.ro, and of course our local television, Iași TV Live, TVR, and Agro TV. The exhibitors that you will see during the break have prepared a lot of surprises for you when we will go out and meet them, of course, to discover their products and services. And we want to bring special thank you to Zeelandia, Panifcom, Asociația Producătorilor Locali, Ferma Betin, Conacul Goruni, Facultatea de Inginerie Electrică, Informatică Aplicată, Biocomp, Agricops, Bondo Bakery, Prisaca, Bârnova, for the way they prepared the expo area. Please applaud them. So now we will start our panel debate. It's a very interesting edition because we have a lot of guests coming with us, and you can see the ones that will come on the stage today. And the panel debate, combating and adapting to climate change's smart agriculture solutions, will be moderated by our guest that last year was one of our speakers, Teofil Dascălu, CEO and founder of Frizon Group. Please, Teofil, come on the stage. He is very excited to moderate this panel, and I'm sure that you will bring also your insights and please, yes, on that chair that is reserved for you. Maybe you remember that we said Teofil had decided to return in Romania after an experience abroad, and he first became the technical director of a big farm in Romania, and now he created Frizon Group, which within 4 years succeeded to grow its farmed area from only 400 hectares to 3,700 hectares. Congratulations for the work that you do.
In fact, it's 4,600 hectares.
Perfect. I wish you the best.
It doesn't matter. It's a lot
much
of
more.
hectares. Yeah.
I have to update my my presentation, of course. Close to you, it will be my colleague that I'm honored to work with, and of course, she was part of the organization and developing our conference, and we are so grateful to have her here again. Sophie Neve, the agriculture counselor representing Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands in Romania. Sophie is working since 2000 in the Ministry of Agriculture, Nature and Food Quality, and she has an international experience, now of course representing this area of agriculture for Romania, Bulgaria and Hungary. Please. Moldova, of course. First year we tried to invite him, and he was very busy, and he said, next time I will come here. And he did. So thank you so much, and we welcome on the stage Peter de Boer, Strategic Finance and IR Manager, Board Member of DN Agrar. And he is part of the team since 2019 as a strategic corporate financial manager and investor relationship manager. And due to his experience, Peter is responsible for leading all the administrative departments in the DN Agrar group of companies. Thank you so much for being here. I know you had a rough travel, but I'm glad that you are here with us. We welcome also on the stage the coordinator of think tank Agri-Innovator representing Romanian Farmers Club, Mr. Dan Grigore, with his wide experience in the field of agriculture. Thank you so much for being with us, also arriving directly from the airport here at our conference. And our guest from Romania, Mr. Marius Velea, the General Director of Holland Farming Romania. Thank you so much for being here with us, of course, representing the innovations that you are developing in our country. Teofil, I wish you a very good discussion, and hopefully if you have questions, please do prepare them at the end of the panel, as my colleagues will bring the microphone and we will have a dialogue with our guests. Thank you.
Amalia, thank you very much for the introduction, for everybody to be here. I'm very, very thankful that I'm hosting as a moderator this panel. And thank you, Sophie, for this proposal. First of all, this is, I graduated this university. It's a pleasure to be over here because part of my youth, I was involved in the studies over here. So I think this is one of the best universities you can have in Romania. So very nice that we have this partnership over here between the Netherlands and Romania. Okay, we are talking today about the climate changes and smart agriculture solutions. Very interesting topic, and I would like to ask Sophie about what she thinks about how we can manage and influence the development of Romania-Dutch collaboration in such a way that the know-how is transferred between the two countries at this level in agriculture.
I will see if this works. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Teofil, for your question. Yes, well, I'm very happy that we have this event on a very practical topic of climate adaptation, and that we will share the knowledge and experiences today. And that's really the way I think we should collaborate together and strengthen each other and partner. And it all started with the government-to-government partnership we started on green education between the Netherlands and Romania. And also the partnership between our education and research institutions. We have a 5-year-long partnership standing, and one of the concrete results we took from there is this booklet that you also found at the desk entering the event. And I'm so very happy that not only the institutions that work together from Hal Ladenstein and the Center of Excellence of Agri-Education, but also the Dutch companies that were involved in this project have a podium now to explain and show their technologies, but also to meet here with Romanian parties to find business. Next step would be in autumn. We are planning to have a business-to-business matchmaking and a broader mission from the Netherlands to Romania and to take this a step further in making more concrete this collaboration.
This is very, very nice what you said, but I want to be a little bit more concrete. Romania, Dutch. What is, let's say, what is lacking in Romania? What is, can Dutch bring to Romania, and back and forth? Yeah. What is your opinion? What are the agriculture, let's say, knowledge that Dutch can give to Romania to develop more in this sector? What do you think? What is the most important thing we need for Romania that agriculture is prospering?
Well, for culture, I think that would be to associate better with each other. In the Netherlands, we have this Dutch Diamond approach, a multi-stakeholder approach in which governments, companies, NGOs, and knowledge institutions partner together, and they try to find a dot on the horizon together to work on and to take steps. I think you were looking for that answer.
Yeah, of course. Without association, we cannot go on. Okay, I will go to another member of this panel, and I will ask Peter, why the stock exchange? Why did you decide as a farm to go on the stock exchange and make, let's say, like a small financial revolution for Romanian agriculture?
Now, my father, he started in 2008 to invest in Romania, where we had also investments in Germany and in the Netherlands. At that time, I just started to go to university, so it was a long time before I got involved in Romania, in our company. But he founded a company with several Dutch investors, or several Dutch groups of investors, and the agreement was always after 10 years to make an exit. And he started with a dream a long time ago already, when he was working at the Nutreco as a consultant, consulting the largest dairy farmers in Northwest Europe. His dream was to become the largest milk producer in the EU. And I'm quite confident to say that by the end of this year, we have only one competitor left. The rest we eliminated already, let's say. It's Bona Farm in Hungary, and that is a company that is heavily politically involved as well, let's say. But by the end of this year, we will produce we will be the largest, we are already the largest milk producer in Romania, but we will be the largest milk producer in all of the EU, including the UK. Which means that there only are one company in Russia who is larger, who will still be larger than us, which is German-owned. So that was his dream, and to be able to integrate and consolidate all those businesses, we looked for several opportunities. It was private equity, stock exchange, or bank financing to integrate. And we thought the stock exchange is the most suitable option, as we have a good growth strategy. Romania has a significant deficit. It imports more over than 50% of raw milk, and if we look to a value-added product like butter, etc., it's even over 60%. So we see a huge growth potential, especially in Eastern Europe, compared to Western Europe, where we expect that a lot of the food production that is now produced in Western countries like Germany, the Netherlands, Denmark, etc., because of partly of population, climate change, etc., different consumer needs, that it will move to Eastern Europe. So that was the main reason, and it was quite a success, because we raised only in 2 days 5 million euros. Then we bought Lacto Agrar Farm, then we financed through an ING financing of 11 million euros, the Apold Farm. And of course, we just started to construct last year our newest farm, the Straža project, which will also produce 100,000 liters. And I think one thing good to add is because currently we produce almost 200,000 liters per day, and in 2 years we will produce over 300,000 liters per day. To give you a little bit of scale, probably you know Friesland Campina, or you probably know the Napolact brand, which is here on the Romanian market. Friesland Campina processes last year 293,000 liters per day, and they collected from 1,100 farms. In 2 years we will produce it only with 4 farms. And then still we are way less intensive than the Netherlands, because we have 0.9 cow per hectare, let's say, while the Netherlands is 1.8.
But Peter, to go back to the answer of Sophie, what do you think about association? And what do you think about joining with other farmers? Are you part of an association in your journey, let's say? Or you think professional farming, large scale, can bring the best profit?
Well, of course, I'm the investor relations director, so by the end of the day, probably I'm a bit biased, but I think that the differentiates from some other companies is that we also show, because we invest heavily. We invested since we arrived in Romania over 120 million euros of direct investments. In 3 weeks, we will announce our strategy till 2030, that will show with a diversification strategy on sustainability, valorizing different way of our milk products, as well as new business lines where we look into greenhouses on a large scale, as a Dutch example. And now I forgot more. Sorry, I forgot now the question. I was really promoting. For sustainability. Yes, on one part, although I'm quite progressive, but it changed a bit my mind, experiencing myself working in our family business instead of having everywhere small farms. The reason why we can do the significant sustainability investment has to do with skills. Like our farm is 24/7 feds. A small farm can't do this. We can invest in, for example, we invested in a manure pipe. First, with one tractor, we could fertilize 14 hectares per day. Now we can do 45 hectares per day. We invested in a compost plant last year. The first came operational. This year, we invest another almost 2 million euros in the second compost plant, and we will roll this out in the coming years. So I think there are many benefits for larger farms, and I think the truth is also, if we look to the competitiveness and allocation of subsidies, which is quite an issue in Romania.
Are you working with subsidies?
I'm sorry?
Are you working with subsidies?
We are, but we get only a bit over 60% of our herd is eligible for subsidies, because subsidies are allocated by liters of milk and by number of cows, but they are on the reference date of 2018. So they are really discriminative against growing companies, and this is a huge problem. And this also maintains farmers who are not economical or who shouldn't sustain and who should normally be taken out of the market. So in that sense, I think there needs to be an increase in professionality, because on average, the milk production per cow in Romania is the lowest in all of Europe. That's 8 liters. Our cows produce on average 30 liters. There are also farmers where their cows produce 40 liters, let's say, but they put more pressure on them, so that's less sustainable. But of course, I would really advocate for larger farms, not all on the size of us, but I think you need the industrial complex, especially to deliver sustainable food to Western Europe as well.
Thank you.
And those smaller farms of 250 cows, let's say.
Thank you, Peter. Now we pass to Dan, which he's part of one of the biggest farming associations in Romania, the Farmers Club, and he's, let's say, the director of the think tank for agriculture and innovation, or
Agri-Innovator.
Okay, Agri-Innovator. Dan, my question to you is the following. You know very well that Romania had big issues with drought in the last years, big issues with, let's say, huge pressure from the price going down because of the war next to us. What do you think about digitalization and technology coming to the farms, and how this is going to help the farmers?
Teofil, this is a very good question. First of all, I would like to thank you again for the invitation and the warm welcome from Romanian Farmers Club. We also salute the Miss Ambassador and Miss Secretary of State, and of course our host, Mr. Giteran. So just putting a very small umbrella on the big climate issues that are striking also Romania and all over the world. we see drought, we see increasing weather anomalies, let's say, and all these hectic, let's say, challenges that farmers should consider. So right now, from a Romanian farmer's point of view and also from a farmer point of view, they only have two hands. And one is that they need strong operational force, and the second one, they need decisional support. So those two things basically needs to rely on something, and this is basically data. So the first step in every farm, in order to face the challenges of climate change and all the challenges that might occur and which are not currently and cyclic that they can use to, is to take good control of their farm data. So for that, they need to implement a series of digital solutions. They need to understand how they work in order to have operational control and decision support. So as you mentioned, in Romanian Farmer Club, we basically have three main directions. First of all is about the learning curve, the adoption. So for that, we have two courses now, the Young Leaders and Entrepreneur 4.0. These two courses mainly do the induction steps for farmers, basically in order to face the new adoption of technologies, first of all, and to be not reactive but more proactive on the challenges that they have. On the second pillar, that one that you mentioned, the think tanks, the agri-innovator think tanks, we have 6 pillars here, which mainly covers, all of them covers the challenges of climatic change, first of all, and disruptive climate issues. And the first one is digital transformation. So for that, we've launched this year the second edition of the digital guide for farmers, for farms. So this is basically a tool, a book, where every farmer could easily see an analysis of more than 70 solutions all over the world. So this was made by the effort of our graduates. We have now about 500 from those two steps of courses. And digitalization is just a piece of the puzzle, because you need to take control of the data, you need to understand the farm issues, but later on you need to try to build up the strategy for the farm. So for that, we are looking on the other think tanks with regenerative agriculture. We look on circular economy, because in order to maximize the profit of every farm, you must be very useful of all the resources that you have within farm. And the ones that you cannot consume, better go to biomass, compost, and so on. Okay, so Peter knows better this subject. Also, we focus on... please.
One question, more to the subject. What should a farmer invest today in which technology that can give tomorrow the best return? Because you are talking about a booklet, you talk about the fact that you studied all these technologies. Tomorrow, an arable farmer or a dairy farmer, if he wants to invest in one piece of technology, which one brings the most return the next day?
So if you ask me for the perfect recipe of the farm, so what to invest more, right now I think all of the farmers should have a good vision of what's up in front, what's up ahead. So in this direction, I think we must all look for regenerative agriculture as a direction. the way on how minimum tillage and these kind of techniques work on preservation of water, because water is one of the most important resources that we need right now. Second, on technology part, let's say you need to control the data within the farm. So there are a lot of farm management tools, farm management system, which incorporates the data coming out from IoT system, from machinery, in order to have a very clear and good understanding of what's happening in the farm. And probably not the last is to see what is the consuming behavior done in the agri-food sector. So the trends are the consumers are looking for traceability, they are looking for safe food. So this is the part for which we in Romania and also in Europe, we need to take very good control, is the food security. So it's easier to accept everything which comes from other parts, which is cheaper, which can be disruptive, but we must understand very good the health of our kids. I hope I answer your question.
Yeah. Okay, we will pass to Marius. You are the CEO of Holland Farming, and you are involved in nutrition, in plant nutrition and selling products to farmers. How do you see the market after all these difficult years for the sector? You know, it was a drought, farmers had a lack of money, farmers started to cut some of their inputs they used in the past. And how do you think your products helped the Romanian sector, farming sector, to be resilient?
Thank you for the invitation first. I am for the first time here in Iași to the University of Agriculture, and I congratulate you for everything I've seen around, and including this nice hall, good stage, and everything I see here. Seeing this picture, I remember my studency time when all the best student was taking place in the first row. I was staying behind with you. So it's nice to remember such time. Well, going back to the point, I also want to come back to one of the previous questions. 3-4 years ago, when I saw a drone flying to the agricultural field, I said that this is impossible, this is totally science fiction. And year by year, I saw that the result of having such equipment is sometimes even crucial. So we don't deal drones, but I see that the technology is moving fast in a way that 5-10 years ago I would never believe. Same with fertilizers. Now, unfortunately, with this climate change, the technology has to be more sharp and higher in price. We cannot go on the same strategy as 10 years ago, 20 years ago. Now we have to apply to what is called precise nutrition. This precise nutrition has to care about all the elements that counts in the nutrition of the plant in different rates, and to be applied and to be possible to be uptake in the right time for the vegetation, for every vegetation stage. This means also the analysis of the soil, of the water, and the plant tissue. We know that in relation with the climate change, we have to face with extreme heat. I remember that when I was child, my mother used to tell us, take care, don't stay too much in the sun because it will be 30 degrees, so very hot. Now at 42, 44 degrees, I'm afraid that we have to face again. So as a human, we can hide or we can protect ourselves, but the plant cannot protect themselves by this climate. So we have to help the plants to help themselves first. And the first step, to have the precise nutrition. The precise nutrition means that, for instance, potassium is the major element who is extremely important, the most important in plant resistance against the heat, but also the frost. So how can we observe that the plant will have a lack of nutrition in potassium, for instance? We have to do the plant analyze and the plant tissue analyze to see, comparing from the old leaves up to the young leaves, there is a lost balance. So that's why it is a sign that we have to go again to the precise nutrition in every element. Magnesium, for instance, is the engine of the chlorophyll. We have to care about also magnesium as another example, and so on. So the fertilization has to be more sharp. Unfortunately, this is more costly, because to do the soil or the plant tissue analysis is not cheap, but without this, we will have serious issues with abortion in the plants, with sunburn, with different other problems in the plant growth. So having this in mind, we will change somehow not only the strategy, but also a little bit of the products. Why? Because today we have to care more about the organic matter. The organic matter if we speak about fertilizers, the organic matter comes to be improved also by the organic fertilizers. So since 10 years ago and before, the organic fertilizers was consist only in the raw manure spread in the field, on the ground. Today, only the raw manure is not bad, but it's not the reason to consider that we fight against the climate changes. The raw manure is good because it brings to the soil organic matter, and it will improve the soil life, but the raw manure come with different other problems, like weeds, seeds of weeds, like fungi. And the most important is that the assimilation of the elements is not predictable. From the raw manure, the assimilation of phosphorus, for example, or potassium or nitrogen is not predictable, and we cannot see exactly when the plant is able to absorb out of it. So that's why the raw manure is actually the material from which the organic fertilizers processed in specialized factories are to be applied on the field.
Thank you very much. And because you talked about raw manure and manure, and I will go back to Peter because he was saying something about circular agriculture and compost factory. And why a compost factory? Why not spread the manure as it is coming from the cows?
Now, there are several things. We work over 10,000 hectares, so that means those fields are not all around.
How much?
10,000, over 10,000, yeah. So we always need to specify this because we have 7,000 inside of our group and 3,000 hectares is outside our group, but we work all those land. So we are almost fully circular. We produce mainly the feedstock for our cows, approximately 90%. We import some rapeseed, and maybe I can share a bit later on. We also expect to to eliminate debt, because we will invest, we will soon obtain financing, I think, for this, to develop the first wheatgrass production in a vertical farm in all of Europe. This is already a practice in the United States and some Arabic countries.
Vertical farming for grass?
Yeah, for wheatgrass. It's a production cycle of 6 to 7 days. We look for a cooperation together with some people from the Wageningen University. They will pay us soon a visit in 1 or 2 months. And we also look in time, of course, for a Romanian university to participate in this as well. And there we will produce 20 to 40 tons per day. We do 2 analyses. And we expect that we can replace approximately 25% of our feedstock for our dairy cows, which means rapeseed, but also, for example, lucerne or aflatoxin. And the business case looks really good. We have 90% less water usage, no pesticides, no herbicides, fully automated process. What we see is, of course, it's more open for large-scale farms from 2,000 dairy cows and above. But to come back to your manure story, although in our company we call it the Nutella, and the first time I didn't know, so our logistics guys thought, oh, we have transport for Nutella, and I thought, oh, I didn't know we also transported Nutella, but okay, that is our manure part, let's say. We do 2 things. We announced last year with Black Sea Oil and Gas an investment for 30-40 million euros for one of the largest biomethane projects in all of Europe, between 15 and 20 megawatts, to produce biomethane to inject into the grid. With that, we will reduce 90% of our emissions. And next to that, we announced investments last year. The first one, we cooperate with a company from Japan for a compost factory, where we have an input of 21,000 tons of manure, and the output is 7,000 tons of organic fertilizer. By the end of this year, we will double our capacity to 14,000 tons annually produced. And that is mainly a new business line, which we sell outside of the group. It's a really good product for greenhouses, wineries, etc. But also for our own fields, especially to the fields that are further away from our farms. There we need to transport our manure, and that's not economical. So then we are obliged, because you collect also a lot of water, because the manure is stored in open lagoons. So there we need to use chemical fertilizer. And through the usage of organic fertilizer of fields that are further away from our farms, we can reduce chemical fertilizer, which is even worse for the climate. But also for our soil, it's way better. We see the hectares where we use our own manure from our cows perform way better, significantly better than where we use chemical fertilizer. And it was a huge benefit that we have so much manure, especially when the Ukraine war started, because that year we decided to almost eliminate the purchase of chemical fertilizer, because the prices were rising significantly. And as a listed company, we need to grow, preferably every 3 months, but at least every year. We succeeded to still significantly financially perform as well in that year.
Okay, and to go back to the story of vertical farming for feed, in a country like Romania with a lot of hectares, do we need vertical farming? So in fact, we can use the hectares for maybe nature and put everything into vertical farming. What do you think, Sophie?
That's a very challenging question. Yes,
Yeah, in fact, you see, Europe is going to still in the direction of 2% nature, 2% flowers. We get then more euros for each hectare.
But maybe I think Romania has so much arable land and soils also ready to use for food security, that you still have enough space also for nature. But of course, in the Netherlands, the situation is far different.
Exactly. How is it in Holland?
Yeah, in the Netherlands, you see that our current, my colleagues are working on a spatial planning strategy for agriculture and nature, just to safeguard the very fertile and good lands for agriculture, and at the same time take care of nature conservation. So we really have this complexity with all the Nexus goals we have to meet and the European regulations. but at the same time having a top-of-the-bill agri-food production. So we have this constraint in space, and this is the way we try to look forward and have national strategies, but also regional strategies, because in the regions people have the specific knowledge about what's happening and what could be the measures that best fit into all the targets we have to meet for nature, water, climate, but also to have enough space to produce and conditions to produce for our farmers. So those are the new policy developments. And we also target on nature-based solutions. So we have a scheme for agricultural nature management activities, together with a push for more innovative solutions. So those are the two main lines that we work on, to have targeted instruments also to combat climate change and adapt to climate changes.
Okay, thank you. Dan?
Just, I would like to add a couple of ideas regarding to vertical farming. I also have a couple of visits to Wageningen, and I also saw this precision agriculture went to another level. So you were asking previously about what is the best fit for Romania in order to adopt a digital strategy. First, you need to have precision. So drones, for example, to apply the right amount on the right spot, that will decrease a lot of your input costs. Second, the usage of water and what kind of seeds you are using. And now we are seeing NGTs coming up, and the lack of adoption from EU point of view, it's quite laggy, let's say. But going to the vertical farm, what we do not, let's say, control is the, we call it the digital twin in agriculture. In order to master all the data around you, that can be very good control in vertical farming. So there, you don't have too much challenges. You give the right amount of necessary inputs to grow. It's clock-based, so everything is sharp. So if we try to do that in an open nature, that's the biggest challenge. So that's why the precision agriculture and the use of data and adoption of technology, it's very important for this step, at least, in Romania.
Okay, okay, and because we have only 5 minutes more, last small question regarding nutrition, and this will be, do you think with all the climate change that will happen in the coming years, we still can be able to do the correct nutrition for the plants without irrigation, or we should go and try to have, I don't know, no-till systems and deduct all the fertilizer and nutrition on the crops in such a way that you can still be profitable? Or you think with precise nutrition, like you said, we can help the plants cope with the climate change?
Well, there are so many things to do. The nutrition is one step, but we have to do so many steps next to it. The minimum tillage is absolutely necessary. Now there are different opinions, how much minimum of this. Now the agronomist has to debate about that. I have also my own opinion, but it's a long time and we don't have, as I see. Another step very important is to do the genetical improvement. I was just talking this morning with a partner from Chișinău, and he's in touch with the institute from Odessa who improved the new varieties, but also the institute from Fundulea for the wheat, and it was talk about to improve the wheat and barley, to be late in to grow wheat later in the season, not later in the season, but later as a variety. So not the earliest varieties, but the later varieties would be more advisable, because as you have seen this spring, we had a late frost who made suffer the wheat, and not only the whole nature, the orchards and everything, but they suffer very seriously. And that's why the improvement, the genetical improvement is also a key factor. There are also, another step is to use more and more products based on biostimulants and amino acids who help the plant to go over the sensitive moment of their growth stage, and several other inputs we have to apply in order to change, not than a little bit, to change more than a little bit the technology we used before in order to compete with the climate changes of today.
Thank you very much. I think this was the panel. I hope, I don't know if there are questions from the room. You have any question, Mine, about climate change?
I'm Menno Lettinger, a member of the Frisian Group. My question is for this panel is how you see without irrigation in Romania, how can the farmers survive? I have in my memory that you have one drought year in the 7 years, and now have we in 7 years 5 drought years. What is the solution to survive without irrigation? Want whole Romania, I think maybe there's a small part you can irrigate it in Romania. But what is the solution for the farmers without irrigation? How they can survive?
Without water, nothing is growing. We experienced this in the past 3 years, at least in the south of the country, but also in the east. Nevertheless, we have to proceed to the water conservation as the minimum tillage we spoke before. But also, I have seen in the practice that in the past years, the growers from the south change their crop rotation into a not really technological way. So they relay now only to the autumn crop, like rape and wheat, rape and barley, which is not advisable in principle if now we are in the school. The teachers will compete me in this. I don't advise that, but unfortunately I see that growers who in the past 3-4 years change their crop only for the autumn crop, and they skip the spring crop. Financially speaking, they are in a better position. So they earn some money instead of losing money. On a long term, so medium term, it will be problems with the soil quality and soil health because of this. But for now, I don't see any other solution, unfortunately.
Please.
Yeah, I would like to add to it, because I would say, come to Transylvania. We don't irrigate even 1 hectare. Last year, even although the country, in general, Romania, quite suffered from a heat wave, we had a great agricultural year in Transylvania, which was one of the higher tons per hectare of the crops. And we don't have this possibility. No-till is a really good example. Well, we transform completely now to no-till, and to give you an example, it gives us a reduction of input costs for preparing the land, and because we do simultaneously sowing and fertilizing. It has a reduction of those inputs of 48%, and for wheat, 38%. So this year we expect a reduction of approximately 1 million euros there. And it is first of all beneficial for your financials, but also for your crops and the water preservance. But that was the main reason that my father selected at that time, because there are many benefits to be around Bucharest. First of all, it's way easier I live myself in Amsterdam, it's way easier to reach, first of all, but the land is flat, etc. We need to invest in heavy machinery because it's hilly, we cannot irrigate, or we would have the possibility in some areas, but we have a lot of salt water as well. So I think it is diversifying, try to have an integrated business model, like we perform all our services ourselves, that you have full control of your business processes, of how you seed, precision agriculture. We also work with drones, having a good fertilizer, and as well be innovative and try new things. That's what we now would like to try with our wheatgrass production. We don't want to run away from conventional production, but it's an add-on in years where we would have lower production, at least to give our cows a constant quality crop, let's say. And that is really the advantage of that wheatgrass, because you have a constant protein level, and it shows, there's a lot of research done, that the cow will eat less number of tons, so it's again a reduction, as well as the milk yields will increase. So I think you should also, I mean, the weather we cannot control by the end of the day, so you should think strategically and innovative how you can tackle those years that you are affected by it. But as I said, in generally, Transylvania it's in Transylvania a really different case than in other parts, because even with irrigation, there are, from what I understand, but this is only from what I heard, is in the Bucharest area, even farmers who invested in irrigation, it evapes already before it even touches the ground. So even irrigation is probably not the end solution.
Yeah.
If I could add
only
one answer to your question. So just a little souther from Iași here, we have in Vaslui one of our members of Romanian club, which is Evelhash company, which actually does conservative agriculture. So based on the yields, so they are a little bit below the average of the area, what they produce. But from the financial point of view, by practicing minimum tillage, conserving the water in the soil, doing precision agriculture, applying treatments with drones and so on, they are able to lower the cost of the production good enough in order so that below average yield can be even profitable. And on top of that, if you applied for carbon credits, let's say, which is one backup or extra money that you can receive out from those practices, you can become quite profitable. So this is just one example for you. Thank you.
But then the scale of without irrigation, what has then the scale from the farm? When you make a profit for maybe 40 euros per hectare, what do a farmer with 200 hectares? You cannot survive. What is then the scale?
Exactly. He has to go to have a job and then during the weekend farm with 200 hectares. Yes, you are right. The scale has to go up for the Romanian farmers with no irrigation. And this is in fact a reality for Romania. And yeah, this will kill a little bit the small-size entrepreneurs in farming. But for me, as a final conclusion, Dutch-Romanian, because I'm working together with Dutch colleagues, Friesland colleagues more exactly, they're from north part of Holland. For me, what I saw is that still Romania is lacking know-how in farming. We know maybe a lot about theory, but not so much about practice. So from my point of view, that's why we as farms developed quite a lot compared with, let's say, the possibility to develop in Holland, such a farm like yours, is because over here we had space, we had good land, and a good, let's say, system, even a government system. And from my point of view, what Romania needs to learn from the Dutch is how to educate the younger generations and how to put people, to make them understand what is work in agriculture. Thank you very much for this panel. And yeah, have a nice day.
Thank you again. Thank you again to Teofil Dascăru, the CEO and founder of Frison Group, as he moderated this panel. Thank you also to the panelists. And I am so grateful that you are here with us. And please come here in front so we can have a group photo to remember this beautiful moment. And my colleagues will help us with a photo. The photographer, I'm sure he comes. If not, we will be live here, of course. And I have just one question in order to have this panel concluded from my point of view. What do you think that us Romanians in our region, now that we have all this news that came up with the new changes, political changes, economical changes, and so on, what should we do regarding this new opportunity that we have developed with the Dutch-Romanian cooperation? Maybe one idea. What do you think, please?
I agree with Teofil that the youth has the future. And I'm very happy to see that also the Romanian government is investing in instruments for youngsters to start up their business, to have their first investments. And we will continue to facilitate also the interaction between the institutions. We have good examples of Dutch companies that have internshippers and that receive students to the Netherlands and vice versa. Exchanges of teachers. Christian will have his lecture later. So I really think we should continue also especially focusing on strengthening the young farmers to enter the market in a resilient way.
I think a key point is, and it's also where we struggle, but where we try to work on for a long time, is the cooperation between universities and the business field. And I think on that part, that is significantly different here than that is in the Netherlands. Nevertheless, I think Romania has a lot of potential. We work with, we employ over 300 Romanians in our company, with our great people who really want to grow, who are really dedicated, who are a significant part of the success of DN Agrar. They are also represented in our management team. Our management team is mainly compounded by Romanians, and especially that we will see a shift from food production due to rising gas prices and other prices as well, not only in dairy, but also in greenhouses, in the pork sector. We will see a movement to Eastern Europe. And it's really important that the Romanian government designs a clear strategy and not changes every year, because that is quite hard to take investment decisions. But in general, we are really positive, but we need to work together as the business environment, together with the government and the university, to create a resilient and long-term strategy, especially if we also take in consideration that probably Ukraine will enter in the EU in a couple of years, and that will be a huge competitor, especially on crop production. I don't think necessarily on dairy, but on crop production, that is, they are more advanced, let's say, there. But generally, the positive view. And I would like to mention that we have traineeships for students, not only if you want to work on a farm, but we need business analysts, data analysts, etc. You can just have an office job like me, or if you want to be part of the stock exchange story of the DN Agrar. So we're more than open to welcome students every year to contribute something to DN Agrar. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very short. We definitely need education, so the university, it's very important for building up strong agriculture support. Second, we need to enter in the, let's say, clubs or membership where gather together ideas and work even in think tanks as we do is not necessarily the best option, but the most important thing is to collaborate, to work together, to associate. And this is important in order to reach higher yields, higher expectation, and to understand better what's going on in agriculture. So for that, Romanian Farmers Club is also here to help.
Thank you so much. Marius, please.
Romanian-Dutch cooperation, yes. I'm also linked with the hydroponic glass houses, so high-tech. And what I see in the Netherlands that I don't see in Romania is the conception that the Romanian growers need to cooperate also with the consultants. So I see growers also in the arable crops, also in horticulture, coming from different other profession, different other segments of activities. And they believe that doing agriculture is something that you put a little bit of water, you give a fertilizer, and that's all. But we really need in agriculture, especially in this time with the climate change, we need a good advisor, which our growers still don't apply for.
Thank you again. We have the photographer, so now we can have the official group photo to remember this important moment. Yes, that would be nice. It's okay. Oh, okay. Like this? Okay. Please applaud us. Thank you so much to all the speakers that have been today with us. Sophie Neve, the Agriculture Counselor representing the Embassy of the Netherlands. Peter De Boyer, representing the board management team in DN Agrar. Dan Grigore, coordinator of think tank Agri-Innovator Romania Farmers Club. And Marius Velia, General Director of Holland Farming Romania, and of course to our friend, speaker and moderator Teofil Dascălu, CEO and founder of Frizon Group. Now, as we have a lot of people following us online, we want to bring our special greetings to all those that follow us on YouTube, LinkedIn and Facebook, and of course to our online guest that has patiently waited for us to move to the next presentation, as she prepared a special news regarding achieving climate adaptive agriculture and nature in the Netherlands, a presentation offered by Sabine Pronk, Senior Policy Officer representing agriculture climate adaptation in the Netherlands from the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, Food Security and Nature. Sabine Pronk will have this online intervention focused on sustainable practices, innovation, solution, and the future as we can understand it today in order to prepare what we need in our present lives. So please, you can start preparing for the online presentation. And of course, we want to bring special thank you to our partners that you will see also in the videos during the breaks, and when we come back from the coffee break, they have prepared special presentations, videos regarding their activities and so on. And we are also announcing the economic trade mission that we're organizing in May. I will have a presentation soon regarding the trade mission that we will do in May. So everyone that is representing the Romanian business sector can join us in this trade mission. And of course, they can come with us from 18 to 23 of May in the Netherlands to promote Romania, to promote our businesses, and to establish new business connections and networking in our field. Sabine Pronk, we are more than happy to have you here. And of course, if Alex, you can open up so she can see a little bit of us, maybe, or somebody could connect Sabine with the audience, that would be nice. Thank you again, Sabine Pronk, Senior Policy Officer from the Agricultural Climate Adaptation point of view, representing Netherlands Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, Food Security and Nature. And you will talk more about the climate adaptive agriculture and nature. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you very much. Excuse me for my voice. It's very bad today, a little cold, but I try anyway. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today about our approach in the Netherlands for climate adaptive agriculture and nature. And I think you can start the presentation now. The four main trends of climate change in the Netherlands are that it's going to be warmer, wetter, drier, and the sea level is rising. It's becoming salter. Like other EU member states, we have since 2016 the National Adaptation Strategy, the NAS. This strategy is meant to provide direction to accelerate the transition to a future-proof Netherlands. The goal is that from 2050, the Netherlands will be structurally less vulnerable to climate change. At the moment, the new NAS 2026 is developed. Climate adaptation, agriculture and nature are two of the priorities in this strategy. For agriculture, we work with an action program since 2020. The goal is focused on 2030. All entrepreneurs in agriculture and horticulture and all nature site managers will be prepared, equipped to deal sustainably and effectively with the effects of climate change. Central themes are nature inclusiveness and a water-soil system. To reach these goals in 2050, we have to start and develop policy and instruments now. It is important to take timely measures to prevent lock-ins, maladaptation, malinvestment and damage. We work with a three-track strategy with three adaptation pathways. They're called optimization, moving along, and transformation. It brings us from the short term via the medium term in the long term. Here I show you some examples of the first phase, optimization. The focus is on improving the existing system. For agriculture, you can think of risk spreading of cultivation in time and in place. And also the measures in water and soil management, like placing weirs in waterways and retaining water. In nature, you can think also of retaining water in buffer zones. And also to use nature-based solutions. The second phase is more adaptive. It's called moving along. It's more focused on innovations and strengthening. For agriculture, you can think of innovations in crops and cultivation systems. Think of a mixed cultivation, agroforestry, and crops that are resistant, tolerant, or resilient for drought, heat, and salt. For nature adaptation, you can think of resistant species like plants or trees, and the connection of nature reserves. The third pathway is transformation. This is a more revolutionary phase for the very long term. In agriculture, you can think of new food production systems, but also that the standard for production is more based on the local soil and water system. For new crops, you can think of soy, grapes, peach, or kiwi. For nature, it's about more a nature-inclusive society and a combination from water-soil management principles and climate-proof ecosystems. The Netherlands 2120 is a concept developed by Wageningen University, and it shows how the Netherlands can look like over 100 years. In the action program for climate adaptation in agriculture, we work with 5 pillars. You can see them on the screen. The first 2 pillars are water system and the soil system. And the pillars 3 and 4 are focused on crops and cultivation system and livestock farming. Pillar 5 is focused on supporting cross-cutting instruments like regional approach, knowledge and innovation, and risk management. You can think of research and dissemination of knowledge, and risk management you can think of multi-peril crop insurance in case of damage because of weather extremes. And we call prevention and adaptation plus insurance the total of risk management. Pillar 1, for instance, the main challenges in the water system are that there's too much or too little water, and also salinization. The climate adaptation is done by the farmers and the area parties, like the water boards or the provinces. The focus is on efficient water use, water retention and reuse. Also, climate stress tests and risk dialogues help the farmers to take steps. Innovation in water-resilient crops and cultivation, and also the possibilities of wet cultivation crops, drought-resistant and salt-resistant crops. Pillar 2 is focused on the soil system. The main challenges are erosion, soil compaction, and soil quality. These actions are mainly done by farmers with the help of area parties. The National Agricultural Soil Programme of the Netherlands is focused on 2 goals in 2030. All agricultural soils are managed sustainably, and also for the climate challenge, the goal is to have more carbon sequestration. The soil is important for better water buffering in extreme drought and precipitation, better water quality, and the cleaning capacity of the soil. Also, it delivers more greater biodiversity. Pillar 3 is focused on crops and cultivation systems. The challenges there are flooding, drought, heat, cold, and new pests. Climate adaptation is done through protecting crops, for instance with hail nets, growing specific and new crops, using robust cultivation systems like strip cultivation, plant breeding for robust and resilient and resistant crops, have adaptive propagation material, and also climate-proof systems and techniques like precision irrigation. The 4th pillar is focused on livestock farming. The challenges there are heat stress, new pests and diseases. Adaptation is reached through adjustment of grazing, transport, stables and housing systems against heat stress. Monitoring and anticipating on new or current animal diseases is also a focal point. The fifth pillar is focused on cross-cutting and facilitating supporting instruments, like regional approach, knowledge and innovation, and risk management. You can think of regional approach of cooperation with regional parties and governments, or regional research and networks with farmers. Thank you for your attention. I show you here some internet pages. You can look up for further information about our approach. Thank you. Any questions?
So much, Sabine, for your presentation. If we have any questions from the audience, please raise your hand and Sabine will answer. If not, I think, Sabine, you have been very clear in the way you presented the information regarding the Netherlands' position and the way you achieve climate adaptive agriculture and nature. Thank you so much for your time, for your patience. Of course, we are very grateful for your knowledge and for your time, and hope to see you face to face when we come in the Netherlands, and of course for future cooperation and future projects. So if we don't have any questions, we say again thank you to Sabine Pronk, and we continue our conference.
Thank you very much, and have a good program. It's very interesting, also in the afternoon, I think. And maybe I see you in May in the Netherlands.
Yes.
Bye.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye. So now we move forward because our conference has very important subjects to be presented by very important speakers from Romania and from the Netherlands. As you saw in the second part, we have also very important guests, the keynote speaker coming from the Netherlands, Associate Professor Christian de Klein, and it's very important for us to be here and to listen and to, of course, discover the technologies that he will present. And of course, when we come back from the coffee break, we will have a surprise for you, because as I told you at the beginning, on Sunday, on April 27th, we celebrated King's Day. The king from the Netherlands celebrated his day with, how many citizens are you? 17 million. So his birthday was celebrated together with 17 million Dutch people, and of course us here in Iași, because we launched the Dutch tram, a very interesting project that you will see, and I will keep the surprise immediately after we finish the coffee break. So now, we have 30 minutes to visit the exhibitors' areas, to enjoy the coffee break, and to see the products and all the services that our exhibitors have prepared. Thank you again to Zeelandia, Panifcom, Biocomp, the Faculty of Engineering and Applied Informatics. Thank you to Conacul Goruni, Prisaka Bârnova, and to all our guests representing Betin Farm. They have prepared some tasty food for you. And of course, you will see many more of our surprises in the exhibition area. And we wait for you in 30 minutes back here in the room with all the others that already went outside. And I was a bit, let's say, frightened. What are they doing? But they already started tasting the goodies that we prepared for the coffee break. So see you back in 30 minutes. Thank you so much also for those that are online. We will be back in 30 minutes.
Don't be afraid. I saw you in my dream. It was raining heavy, but I know I was okay. I remember that I saw you in my dream. It was raining heavy, but I know I was okay. I remember to be alright, but the rain came down and it washed it all away. Don't wait too long to hold me closer. Don't wait too long when the storm is over. Stuck in the same old place, trying to make
We are back live also on YouTube, Facebook, and LinkedIn, and in our venue, the beautiful venue of the University of Life Sciences, Aula Magna in Iași, the city that won 3 years in a row the best city break destination from the eastern part of Europe. We are very happy that we are part of this region and also promoting our city that has won multiple prizes from the point of view of being a royal city, then being a cultural city, academic city, and of course very open to internationals, guests, tourists, and organizing different type of international events. Now we are officially at the second part of our conference, as we have a very busy schedule. You already saw it, and I'm waiting for the guests from the outside. I know that it's very hard when you have so many good products, such good coffee, and very good discussions to come back to the venue, but I'm asking for my colleagues to call them inside, because we also have prepared a lot of surprises and news regarding the innovations in the future of agriculture. We want to say thank you again to our institutional partners, Netherlands Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, Food Security and Nature, Ministry of Agriculture and Food Industry in Republic of Moldova, the Agriculture Directorate of Iași, Chamber of Commerce and Industry from Iași, Netherlands, Romanian Chamber of Commerce, RS University of Applied Sciences, Faculty of Electronic Engineering and Applied Sciences, ING Bank, Fixim Federation, Organization of Women Entrepreneur. Thank you to all our business partners, Ageobiz and Corporate Events, Betin Farm, Betania Association, Zeelandia, Panifcom, DN Agrar, Fabricat în Iași, Clubul Fermierilor Români, the Association of the Local Producers, AgriCorps, Frizon, Alcedo, Crops, Centrix, Winery Strunga, Holland Farming, Conacul Goruni, VGB Water Technique, Prisaca Bârnova, Bondo Bakery, Sis Agria, Hempflux, UV Raw Association, Biocomp and Star Life. Please applaud our partners. And of course, our media partners, Agripedia.ro, Iași for You, All Events, Events Max, Agro TV, G4 Food.ro, of course, our local partners, TVR Iași, Iași TV Life, and our exhibitors, Zeelandia, Panifcom, the Association of Local Producers, Betin Farm, Conacul Goruni, the Engineering Faculty, Biocomp, AgriCorps, Bondo Bakery, and Prisaca Bârnova. I'm sure you tasted all the goods that they prepared. Did you like it? I'm sure you want more. Of course, our event, it's just one day as a schedule, but if you want to, we can have a longer event with many more events. We can also plan for a bigger event and with workshops, debates, and so on. We are just at the second edition, so there are many more options and many more possibilities that we can have for the third edition that we're planning. And hopefully we will bring more and more partners to our event. I told you about a surprise that we have, and first of all, I would like you to be ready to discover something new in our beautiful city of Iași, the video with the Dutch tram. It's coming, it's coming. The tram has a long route. Yay, it's here. This amazing project has been launched this Sunday, April 27th, due to our wish to celebrate King's Day in a very different way. So let's applaud Netherlands, the King, our cooperation, 145 years of bilateral cooperations, and we decided to have this original project that has been developed with our friends from the Tram Club Association. And while the video continues, I will welcome to the stage the president of the association, university professor, Mr. Silviu Stanciu, and of course, presenting the idea and everything that we have worked on for about 1 year, I think.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor for me to be here at this conference and to talk about the newest tram in our cultural program, which is called Iași City of Painted Trams. The Dutch tram is the 23rd tram which is custom in this project, with the students from the University of Arts in Iași, with students from the College of Arts Octav Băncilă in Iași. It was a work of almost 2 months to finish this project, which is inspired from Pierre Mondrian's work, a celebrity in the Netherlands, and we know that his work influenced the design, the arts and the architecture in the entire world. Also, inside of this tram, the passengers can find many elements from the identity of the Netherlands, which are put inside in a gallery, which is called in Romania Doza de Cultură. So I invite you to discover in traffic the Dutch tram. Today is on 1 and 13 routes, so it arrived here in Copou around, so it's easy to see it. I want to invite here near me on the stage the students from my team. In order, so they come here: German Safta, Teodora Prodan, Amira Druhuș, Ovidiu Spiridon, Daniela Afrăsinei, George Radeș, Andreea Țibănescu, and Alexandru Balteanu. This is a part of my team from this project. I'm very proud of them. I hope you'll enjoy the Dutch tram in Iași. There are more photos and clips with it on the Tram Club's channels on Facebook and YouTube. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the support.
The same. We are so happy for this cooperation. Thank you again for your creativity. To all of you, you are amazing. And of course, for the future trams that you will create and promote, we are close to you. And of course, hopefully, who knows, maybe we'll promote this project internationally.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again. Also, the tram, you can see it in Iași. The line, where is it now traveling? It's here in Copou, right?
Here in Copou, on line 1 and line 13.
Perfect. Here, the official photo, yes. Thank you so much. So you will see the tram traveling through the city today, And of course, you can enjoy it as a normal public transportation mean. Now we go to our keynote speaker, the special guest coming from the Netherlands, presenting healthy soils for resilient agri-food production, the Associate Professor Christian de Klein, researcher at the Aarhus University of Applied Sciences. As a researcher and a teacher at the Sustainable Soil Management Group at the university, he has been allowed to remain a generalist. This maybe it's a great opportunity for you to research in many activities, many sectors, and of course to discover the importance of natural soil life on the soil services, quality, and multiple researches, innovations in this field. Thank you again, Christian, for being here with us. And your presentation is ready. Healthy soils for resilient agri-food production.
First of all, for the people online, we all received a physical booklet here, so we know, part of what this is about. But for the people online, you can find the website here. And also, first, I would like to start off with a short thank you for inviting me. It's really awesome to be here and to have been inspired by so many people, and also for the lovely lunch. I think I might go full Hobbit and might have a second lunch after. A very short introduction. This is my team, my research team, and I was thinking about, I think one of the sponsors was more females in entrepreneurship, and I really promote that because we already have a ton of females in my research team, and my boss always says they're more precise, they're more productive, they're more efficient, so I'm a bit lazy compared to them. So yes, please go into entrepreneurship and leave research for me. Thanks for having all of you here on the Dutch Days, and I will be focusing my talk on soils, so I hope you're a bit interested in soils. But so immediately we dive into the deep. I've been doing a little bit of research into the soil quality, the soil geology, geomorphology of Romania, and I would like to take you with me on that beautiful journey. So first of all, what you see here is a soil map of the country, and you can see a lot of yellow, yellowish orange. Those are widely considered to be the best soils in the world, like the Chernozems, the Castanozems. They are really, really good. They usually they develop by having been grassy plains, steppe sort of soils with tall grasses, with tall roots, and they develop over millennia. They have a very high carbon content, the dark earth soils. So, they are ideal for agriculture. Then you have the Luvisols in red. In the Netherlands, we have them a very small bit in the southern part of Limburg. And the Luvisols, they are still very good, but they have a bit of, they need some guidance. They need a bit of a manual. You need to treat them with respect, but they still have high productivity. Then you have the green soils, and I mainly mean the green in the center. Those are the Cambi soils. They are usually very young soils. I always call them the baby soils to my students. They can still develop in a lot of ways depending on how you treat them or how nature treats them. And we have them, for example, in Flevoland, because those are also very, very young soils, as you can imagine. And in the Netherlands, they are many of the best soils that we have. Here they are slightly less because they are young, largely because of erosion. Then you also have the small green bit in the south, next to the river. Those are the alluvial soils, the fluvisols, the river soils. Well, they are usually also very good. And then we have small parts remaining, the blue and the gray. Well, we have the blue soils as well in the Netherlands, the Veluwe, very, famous nature area in the Netherlands. And the gray and the blue, they are poor soils. You have to leave them alone. They are best left as nature, as forests. So please, and this is also for all the students here, leave them nature, leave them forest. I read something about some logging mafia, so to say, some illegal logging here in Romania, but it is really, really important that you leave these as forest. I also heard a few people say, oh, maybe we can use more agriculture. No, don't. Because if you make these soils into agriculture, then yeah, you will have some really, really big problems. And now let's see. First, generally speaking, you saw that the majority of this country is blessed for agriculture. Well, as the rector said earlier, well, nearly 60% is already agriculture, so you're doing a very good job. And about 1/3, I think 31%, about all the farms in the EU are found in Romania. But as we discussed earlier, that also poses some problems, because that means that many of the farms are also relatively small, because how else can there be this many farms? And that creates risks in itself. But I was wondering, like, how is the wisdom of the country? Because you can already see, if you look at the height map on the right and the land use map on the left, that there's a very distinct, how do you say it, a combination between the two. Where it's high, you find the forest, you find the mountain soils. And as I said, those are best left as forest. Well done. The Cambi soils, the young soils, they are best left as pastures for the cows. Well done. All the yellow soils, as you saw earlier, best suitable for high production, agriculture. Well done. And then the Luvi soils, I said they need some guidance. They have a bit of a manual. That's because if you start plowing them, you get a lot of problems. So what do you do if you don't want to plow? You get some permanent crops. Well done. So one of the things that in the previous presentation was said, in the Netherlands we learned to do some soil water, bodemwatersturend we call it. We try to learn from what soil do we have and what can you use it for. But that's a lesson that apparently this country doesn't need. We can learn from you in this aspect. So it's very nice to see that wisdom already present here. But then how do you treat your soil? How do you treat them the very best? I always say you have to give more than you take. In the panel discussion, it was already mentioned, you give the proper manure, you need a lot of carbon, you need to give more than you take. But that's often very difficult, especially if you have a country that doesn't produce enough manure. So we have to together find some solutions for that. Because the problem with many of these soils, especially the yellow soils, the dark earth soils, they keep on giving. They're very rich. They have been enriched for millennia and millennia and millennia, so you can abuse them for hundreds of years. But after a while, you'll go beyond the point of no return and you lose those productivity. And in many countries, we are quickly reaching that point. So please treat your soils with respect and always try to give more than you take. One of the ways to do that is also varied activities. I heard that crop rotation can often be a problem here in Romania, so try to make sure that you have the right crops for the job. You have to really protect your soil. And then there is a curious discussion, because one of the topics I'll be talking about later is how in the Netherlands we try to keep our soils covered as much as we can. It's very important. But a recent study, I think 2 weeks ago, came out, and in the last 10, 20 years, I think we lost about 60% of butterflies. Butterflies need fallow land, and because we have taken away all the fallow land, all the bare ground, and we have continuously planted crops to improve the soil, but apparently it creates a problem for biodiversity. So what I also would like to give to you is learn from our mistakes as well. And an old wisdom from a farmer of us, he always said, the best way to treat your soil is to treat it like you would your wife, protect her, give more than you take, and vary the activities. Well, what if you don't? Then there once was a famous writer, and I hope my students don't always get this reference. So this is also a small test whether you are more culturally enriched than my students are. But let's see if you can hear this.
The world is changed. I feel it in the water. I feel it in the earth. I smell it in the air. Much that once was is lost, for none now live who remember it.
I was wondering, who recognizes this? Ah, man, you need some more cultural enrichment. So the problem, again, as I said with soils, they are very forgiving for a very long time. But the problem is that you need to think long time. And what if you don't? If you don't, then you get some of the problems we are facing now. And these conclusions come from a report from the European Commission. They say there's a problem with the intensification of agriculture, reduced crop diversification, as I said, and many farmers don't know how to treat their soil properly. And so there are a few measures that should be prioritized, like well, the obvious longer crop rotation, cover crops, carbon farming, and also some extra parts. So for example, there's a lack of linear landscape elements. Well, we have that as well. We reduced all the hedges. We needed more production capacity. But that also leads to many problems, like smaller bird life, more pesticides, because there's no place anymore for the natural predators. So then what do we do? Well, first, after the good and the bad comes the ugly. I don't do politics, so I won't be talking about the ugly, sorry. But what can we do? One of the things that we do a lot in the Netherlands is cover crop.
We zijn hier aan het demonstreren vandaag met een normale ploeg, dus een normale...
So one of the things, a cover crop is a secondary crop that you plant. You don't plant it for harvesting the benefits such as food or feed, but you mainly you plant them for the soil. You have to feed your soil. It has a variety of purposes and it has huge benefits long term. You can also choose, would you like to have a mono versus a mixed? But what you do, as you saw in the film, is you plant the crop and you plow it under, you feed the soil, you give it the carbon, you give it the nutrition and everything. And one of my things to do here today is to spread that knowledge. I really think that many parts of Romania could benefit from all the cover crops. So please learn from us. Well, Wageningen University did a really lot of research, and some of the benefits are stated here, like more organic matter content, nitrogen fixation, prevention of erosion, especially in mountainous regions. We don't know, but you have them. The maintaining of the soil structure, a very important part, especially if you start to focus on bigger tractors, because I heard that's one of the things. You can now exchange your tractor and buy a new one cheaper. But please, the soil structure is very important, so focus on that as well. It helps suppressing weeds, it increases biodiversity, also less leaching, and finally it gives a lot of nutrients that you would normally lose. It gives it to the next crop once you work it on there. So it has many, many benefits. There's also a few risks. I always say, like, especially university students, you need to be critical, so always ask about the risks as well. Well, of course, if you need to plant another crop, there's costs involved. You have some rotation limits, because if you have the cover crops, then you cannot plant a different crop. I heard some places already try to have 2 crops a year. Well, this is your crop, but this is for feeding the soil. And if you choose the wrong ones, it can host pests and diseases. But then how do you make those choices? Well, a lot of research, as I said, has been done, and you can find some of that on the website stated here as well. But you pick them on what would you like to improve. So for example, do you want better ground cover, or do you want large rooting depth, so you get carbon sequestration very deep in the soil? Do you want a soil conditioner for better structure, or do you want erosion prevention? There's all kinds of things that you can choose. So make a very wise choice. But these are all the benefits. And I stated earlier that you have to watch out for all the risks as well. We'll come back to that later. And there's some limits. As we said earlier, in crop rotation, there's always a few limits. When can you plant them? How should you plant them? And a lot of this research has been done, but this is very Netherlands specific. So I would challenge especially some of the researchers maybe present here to also think about how can you make this better fit for Romania? Because a lot of this knowledge is, well, standard, but also the growing season is of course very different. Your climate is very different here than it is in the Netherlands. So yeah, and we've talked about a lot of climate change as well. So maybe it's ongoing research. Some of the risks I discussed earlier, we've done some research into that as well.
So for example, if you have nematodes, or you have soil fungi, or you have other plagues, you can also look into that when you plant your cover crop, when you choose it. So make sure that you're safe from the plagues that you are suffering from. And then the second part, another benefit, because as we said earlier, we miss some of the large protection agencies. One of the problems that we have in the Netherlands, and I saw from the airplane already that you have here as well, is that everything has been changed to agricultural production land. And the problem of that is that you lack many of the structures, like the hedges, like the forest. Those aspects really protect against climate change. So if climate change is a continuous problem, then try maybe incorporating some of the agroforestry practices. Trees also protect from the extreme heat. They protect from extreme water loss, and you can really learn from some of the old ancient practices that used to be and that we abandoned for effectivity, and that now we are facing changes and problems that we maybe should learn from the past. So again, be like the elves, be like the long-lasting memory, and learn from the past, and learn from our mistakes as well. Some of the benefits that we can offer is, I think I heard some of you say earlier this morning about 2%. If you create some nature, if you create some flower areas, some hedges around your field, then you can also utilize those to attract the natural predators. The Netherlands uses a lot of pesticides and herbicides, and we try to reduce that. And one of the ways that we are doing that is currently planting many of these strips. So if you have a problem with a certain snail, then plant a hedge with that is very specific for the bird that eats those snails. The problem can solve itself very largely. But again, I'm here from a university. Much knowledge is needed. And yeah, I would really like all of you to do some research into that. And then I refer again to the booklet before, because many of the knowledge that we already have, we have summarized in the booklet. So if you're interested, look into it and maybe contact the right person. So then, yeah, you might learn from it. And especially the students, I would like just read the whole booklet. You'll learn something. I once found a very cool technique that I wanted to learn more about, and then I ended up in a different country learning about it and researching it, and this is an ideal way to travel around. But what is needed for all this agroforestry, the hedges and the integrated, well, again, knowledge, work and time, but also it gives some problems. You have a smaller surface area, you have less sun, it creates more difficult access, so a lot of, well, problems, you could say, but it's so ideal. It gives so much more back. You can get increased infiltration of water, you have less erosion, you have higher biodiversity, and that can both mean an increase in pests if you make the wrong choices, or a decrease if you make the right choices. And of course, as stated, less pesticides, and my personal benefit is secondary yields. Because, yeah, well, I like secondary yields. I'm a mushroom man, as you can see, and for example, that can be one of your secondary yields if you do the proper agroforestry techniques. Then finally, last 2 minutes, I would like to address one of the things is I noticed that there's not many farmers here currently present in this hall, in this magnificent aula. But that is often a problem. And that's one of our specializations as applied university. We really make the link between the university and the farmers. We educate some of the farmers, not all of them, especially when they're already working. It's very difficult to educate them. So we focus on educating the consultancies. All the farmers, they have benefits with consultancies and they use a lot of the consultancies. And so if we as universities make sure that all the consultancies have the best information, they can spread it. And I think this is one of the biggest challenges also for Romania, but also for the Netherlands and many, many other countries, how to get all this knowledge that we accumulate here today, how to get and spread them to the farmer. So I would really like to challenge you there. How can you reach the companies, the consultancies? How can you trickle the knowledge down to the farmer? So that's one of the things. We train the trainer. As I addressed earlier, the manure. Sometimes some of the solutions can be that some of the farms have their own cows. But as said earlier as well, many of the farms are very, very small.
And in the Netherlands, when we have all the small farmers, the best way for them to survive is really cooperate with each other. Many small groups make a large front. And also in that, some of you, and especially the entrepreneurs, can initiate some of those. So I would really like to invite you for the cooperation, also the political cooperation, but again, I don't do politics, so I'll leave that to you. And then finally, I would really, my take-home message for you is cherish your dark soils, cherish your soil life, feed it, treat it like your wife, make sure that it's always loved, and keep Romania one of the best agricultural countries in Europe. Okay, we can grow, we can learn, but be very careful of your soil, because once it is broken, it can sometimes take millennia to recover. So make sure it never gets broken. Then I think by addressing some of these parts, we addressed many of the problems. Not all of them. I'll leave some left for the other speakers, especially those focused on water management. And then finally, I like my soils like I like my humor. The darker, the better. Thank you for your attention, and if there's any questions, I would love to hear them.
Do we have any questions? If not, for sure, the coffee break was very appropriate to meet Christian, and of course, the ones that have received the invitation for the dinner tonight will have the opportunity to talk more to you, Christian. So thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for inviting me.
And now we will see a practical presentation inspiring current projects related to water, soil and management carried out by the University of Life Sciences in Iași. And we will see the presentation of smart solutions for crop management that has been developed and prepared by Hannelore Valcanov, Director of Sisagria, and Professor PhD Gavril Ștefan, Vice Rector for the Financing Activity and the Relationship with the economic environment. And we are welcome his colleagues to make the live presentation. I've heard that you have prepared everything here, so thank you so much for being here and representing the university.
Thank you very much. I am representing Sisagria. My colleague Hannelore could not come, and unfortunately I will continue in Romanian, so please take your devices. Thank you very much. Prefer să continui în română pentru a avea o fluiditate a prezentării. Da, se vede filmul? Ok. O să încep printr-o scurtă prezentare Sisagria, pentru a înțelege mai bine ce o să vedeți în filmulețul următor. Un film scurt care trece în revistă aplicația și sistemul acesta Sisagria. Este vorba de un sistem de crop management. Dacă vreți, ca o paralelă a antevorbitorului meu, noi considerăm că Sisagria este ca un holter, ca un aparat holter care vine montat pe inima culturii, încercând să îi simțim pulsul, să vedem de ce are nevoie, să vedem ce condiții avem în sol, câtă apă are planta respectivă și ce condiții meteo avem acum, în viitor și în trecut, astfel încât să putem să ne ținem o agendă a culturii și să putem face an de an o retrospectivă și să ne întoarcem să vedem ce putem îmbunătăți. Aplicația are toate elementele necesare în acest moment pentru a asigura astfel de beneficii și pentru a avea, cum s-a discutat și anterior, o imagine mai bună asupra prezentului, dar mai ales asupra viitorului. Numai văzând în trecut poți să știi ce te poți aștepta în viitor. De asemenea, ce aș vrea să spun este că Sisagria există de cel puțin 10 ani. Avem bucuria să colaborăm cu multe institute și instituții din țară, inclusiv USAMV, căruia îi mulțumesc și pe această cale, în special domnului profesor Gavril. Și toate cunoștințele noastre, precum și ale colaboratorilor noștri, au fost evident implementate în această soluție. După ce vă pun filmulețul, să vă mai spun câteva cuvinte și despre partea de colectare de date, partea IoT, efectiv. Noi am început cu această soluție atunci când IoT-ul în țara noastră era foarte la început, când exista M2M, machine to machine, dar IoT-ul era încă foarte, foarte la început.
You'll receive ultra-precise agro-pedoclimatic analysis and decision support tailored to the unique microclimate of your crops. Stay prepared and informed using our reliable forecast. You can easily check the weather conditions for your location and plan your day accordingly. Within the app, you can monitor ultra-local weather conditions with real-time data on temperature, humidity, precipitation, and many others. Use the information to make the best decisions for your crop. The Device tab makes it easy to track crop growth over time. Compare past and present crop-related information, such as planting date, phenological stage, and harvest date. You can monitor agro-pedoclimatic parameters in real time and make informed decisions to optimize crop growth and yield. Enhance pesticide effectiveness with Delta T by precisely determining the ideal timing and method of application. Optimize irrigation management with ET0. Accurate ET0 measurements aid in forecasting crop yields and optimizing planting and harvest timings, enhancing profitability and overall crop management. By optimizing mineral intake with VPD, you can better understand the conditions governing soil water and mineral intake through foliar transpiration. Stay ahead of the game and take proactive measures to protect your crops with real-time updates and customized recommendations. Mitigate pesticide waste and crop loss with our early disease warning. Also, prevent crop damage and improve yields with our early pest warning. Disease and pest reports provide comprehensive information and visual aids on prevalent crop diseases and pests, enabling prompt identification and effective countermeasures to minimize crop losses. Interpolated weather and disease data can help farmers make informed decisions about crop cultivation, increase yields, and minimize risks. Utilizing this data can be the key to successful farming.
Da. După cum ați văzut, sunt foarte, foarte multe informații pe care un fermier le poate obține.
Much information that farmers can obtain through this system. This information is brought selectively depending on the farmer's desire and the type of farm. This information can be brought in a dashboard in order to see this page can be configured according to necessities or the calendar. What I also want to tell you is that this is a solution based on data collected based on equipments in farms, used in farms. They represent a sort of puzzle of sensors that collect different parameters, starting from a meteor station that gathers information on precipitation, temperature, wind speed, atmosphere, pressure. Following that, in the crops, wireless systems can be implemented, regarding soil analysis, which you have seen on the screen. So with this, all these information, we can have results for crops. And with the sensor kit for diseases and damaging pests. We can monitor pathogenic agents in order to issue warnings about the risks of emergence of these pests. The solution is energetically independent. It is a robust solution that resists to weather. It is also equipped against shocks and theft. So it is safe and secure, and we recommend that these systems are installed in fields and in farms in order to benefit from all its advantages. Thank you very much. If you have questions, I am here for you. I'm here for you after this session. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Presenting this amazing project that you did together with the University of Life Sciences and CIS Agria. Now we move on with the presentation of new genomic techniques to improve crop climate resilience, presented by PhD lecturer Iulian Gabur, representing the Faculty of Agriculture here at the university. Thank you so much for presenting the knowledge that you have for us.
So good afternoon. I would like to start by congratulating the organizer for such an interesting international conference. And I'm always feeling good about a conference when I learn things, and until now it was a really good conference. My topic for today will be a bit different, but it comes, in my opinion, to add to the discussion that was already debated in the panel this morning. New genomic techniques, we see them as one way to try to mitigate the impact of climate change and to try to adapt the crops for changing climatic conditions. As we know, there are many different challenges that the future of agriculture faces, and we as farmers, we have to be able to produce more plants, to produce more plant-based products using less land with reduced inputs and under incredibly hard to predict climate changes. And this is extremely difficult. And one of the ways we could try to do this is to try to identify a mix of interdisciplinary approaches that will come to solve the plant-based products and to bring plant-based products to the market and to the final consumers. The problem with plants is that it takes a long time to improve them from a genetic point of view. And we have a few examples here. If you look at cereals or at oilseed crops, they take up to 10 years, 12 years to produce. We need around 10 to 12 years to produce a new crop, a new cultivar that's available on the market. If we look at legumes or potatoes, it takes up to 15 years. And if we consider, for example, fruit trees, it can be up to 25 years. So we have to know, we have to be like a small fortune teller. We have to know today what would be the environment that our crop has to face in 25 years. And this makes it a bit difficult for us. And the problem is that now if you would like to improve the genetics of a cultivar, you have 4 major different techniques that we could use. It's conventional breeding or conventional crosses that you see on the left side of the slides. That takes, as I said, a long time. Another option would be to use chemical compounds or radiation, which is called mutational breeding. And nowadays, according to the latest FAO report, we have around 3,400 cultivars on the market, global market, that are produced using chemical compounds or radiation. In Europe, unfortunately, until now, there is not the possibility to use transgenic breeding for cultivars that are available for for the farmers, because it's strictly regulated by the European legislation. So transgenic breeding, where we use a vector to genetically edit a crop, is until now highly restricted in Europe. And we have, in the last years, a new technology that's based on genome editing, and we call it precise breeding. It's a technology that allows us to produce a new crop, a new cultivar, but the time that we need for improving the genetics of that cultivar is reduced to half. So compared to all the other techniques that can take up to 10 years, this one produces results in 3 to 5 years. And what is really interesting from our point of view is that the technology, or one of the well-known technologies that come into the framework of new genomic techniques, is this CRISPR editing method that in 2020 led to the Nobel Prize for 2 female scientists from US and Europe. And what we did notice since this technique was published is that it has the possibility to improve the genetics exactly where we need it most, to make it adapted to climate change. And we know that this affects all farmers, regardless of the country where they are cultivating. And we have on the upper part of the slide a few images from Germany of the Rhine River. One is in 2021, the other one is in August 2022. We see a increased lack of water in the Rhine Valley, and this of course affects the way we do agriculture. And on the right side below, we have an official report from the Romanian Ministry of Agriculture from 2023 that says that in 2023, according to them, 1.1 million hectares were affected by drought. And this, in total, it affected around 140,000 farmers, Romanian farmers, that had to be helped to cope with the damage caused by drought. And our approach is a more scientific approach. We do know that plants have the possibility to keep in their cells water. And without going into too much details, we know that actin is a compound that is found in the cellular wall of plants. And if we have the possibility to influence the composition of actin, we can make that cell contain water better in a drought scenario. And this was done by our partners and published a few years back using the CRISPR system. It went through the classical genome editing protocol, and plants were grown into growth media and tested under drought stress and under high salt stress. From a physiological point of view, the 2 major mechanisms that influence this are more or less similar. There is a small number of genes that react when a plant is under a drought or a salt stress. And what we saw is a really good reaction after the genetics of those plants were improved, a good reaction to drought and salt stress. Another thing that we are testing in Iași is to try to link the plant genetics with the environmental condition and with the soil. We heard a lot of talks about soil health, and how to maintain soil good. I will keep this in mind, treat it as your wife. And when we are looking, or what we are trying to build, are prediction tools that use machine learning, for example, and new algorithms that have the capacity of integrating really diverse type of data. If you measure soil health, you have a set of parameters. If you look at the genetics of a plant, you have different parameters. If you look at weather, if it's cold, if it's water, again, different types of parameters. But these new tools that are available nowadays in bioinformatics, they have the capacity of understanding patterns and putting them together. So just to give you an example, if we are interested in the production, so the yield of a crop, we have to look at, for example, at wheat, we have to look at the weight of the spikes. We have to look at how many florets we have per spike, how many spikes we have per plant, how many plants we have per area, and so on. So every small change in the environmental conditions will affect one of those components that are really important for us to have a high production. So our approach is to integrate the genetic part of plants, to look at its genetics, and to try to figure out what would be the optimal interval that we should recommend that plant to a farmer. What would be the scenario where that plant can cope and can lead to the production that the farmer expects. We do know that based on different patterns and quality parameters, this is a bit more challenging than it looks, but that's why we do research, because we don't know the answer to it before. We are trying to figure it out once we do step by step. And I was motivated to keep it short. So I would like to conclude my short talk from today by saying that there is no silver bullet for climate change. It has to be interdisciplinary. It has to be a collaboration between farmers, academia, and all actors in this, working in this area. And it has to start with the soil, of course, but also look at the plants and the way the plants interact with the soil and the environment. And with this, I would like to thank you very much, and if there are questions, I'm open for them.
Thank you so much. Any questions? For sure, also after the event or tonight at the dinner, we will have more time to present and to discuss more about the projects that we have developed. Thank you so much, Mr. Professor Iulian Gabor, representing the Faculty of Agriculture. Thank you so much. And of course, now the presentation also offered by the University of Life Sciences, signed by Professor Oana Coca, Carbon Link, an online platform for applying the carbon credits concept with agricultural entities. A very interesting presentation. We referred to this subject many times today, so thank you again for your presentation, PhD lecturer Oana Coca, Faculty of Agriculture.
Thank you very much. I will try to open my presentation. Hello, everybody. Congratulations to all the previous speakers. You had some very interesting presentation. Now I will try to be very short. I will present this project that is we have this project with some partners. Also, Sisagria is a partner within it. This online platform has the aim to support farmers and other agricultural entities to have more information on possibility on generating money to their farms. And this money can be generated by credits carbons that can be sell on the market. As partners, we are partnered with a forum of professional farmers and processors in Romania, and the platform developer Sisagria. This project has 3 phases. Phase 1, we had finished this in March this year. Phase 2, we are still in progress, and phase 3 will start in 2026. The main users of this carbon platform are farmers, farmers association, universities, or another research entities, and also we can it can be used by scholars, PhD students, and so on. The main project objectives are to create a solid database on carbon links, to support the farmers in assessing carbon emission based on changing their agricultural practices, and to have a detailed database of recommendation for sustainable agriculture practices. Also, we want to encourage diversification of revenues at farm level. The project activities are separated in 4 stages. Stage 1 is representing by data collection and analysis. During our project, we had some field activities. We have some laboratory analysis of soil. And this database was used to develop the online platform with our partner. Stage 2, user interface development, has this activity was to design a user-friendly interface accessible to all users. And also to train the user data to provide personalized suggestion. In stage 3, we want to develop the learning hub on carbon credits by meeting farmers, participating in different events with another researcher. So this platform could be developed in long term. And stage 4, platform consolidation and impact evaluation. We want to engage farmers, researchers, climate change experts to evaluate the impact of this platform on their activities. I structure here the impact of the platform on an environmental impact, technological impact, social impact, and economic impact. We all know that it's very important for this sector, the agriculture, to change a little bit, to have a lower footprint on the environment. So it's very useful. We think that this platform that we create, it's very useful for them to have this information. Here I can show you some print screen on Carbon Link platform. As I said before, this is a work in progress. We have 2 years to develop this. We also integrated an AI tool where you can put your information on your farm, and the platform will estimate amount of carbon that you can sequestrate in the field, in the soil, if you change some practices. Thank you very much.
Thank you the same for this presentation. There are any questions? Okay, perfect. We can have a microphone here. Giuliano, please, if you can help me out. A question for Ms. Oana Coca.
My question is, in the deglobalization of the world, we are in Europe. We omarmed this idea with the carbon, and all the other countries go a little bit farther away from this. How we fix that in Europe, that we can go on this great idea, when other nations, other parts of the world don't do that? How you look to that?
I think farmers in Europe, they receive subsidies that can be very useful for them to implement some good practices that can also generate carbon credits. So if you don't if you have minimum tillage, for example, you can sequestrate more carbon in the soil, and also it's good for your ecological engagements with subsidies.
Yes, that is correct. But to sell the carbon to other parties, that is not.
Yes, there are companies that certificate your carbon credits as Agrina or Cargill, and farmers don't have to sell them on the free market. Teo, please.
Yes. One question, Oana. You talked about carbon, you talked about the fact that the farmers can have this as extra income, but what do you think about the consumers? Because at the end, the consumer has to pay extra for carbon neutral product. Do you think Romania or Europe consumers are willing to pay for this carbon-free, let's say, products?
If they are willing, no. I don't think they want to pay more. We are not a very developed country. We have many poor people, and this would affect the consumption. But if we see the economic progression, I think in long or medium term, this could change.
Thank you.
I have another question regarding the scale. All the small-scale farmers, could they provide the data that is needed to produce carbon credits? I think it sounds like something for big-scale farming, big tractors and big data collecting machines only. And for the small-scale farmers, it may be difficult.
To implement some agricultural techniques that can develop, or how to say, I don't think for small farms that they have enough money to change their technologies, to have some seeders that should be used in minimum tillage. So this this technology could be implemented just in commercial farmers if they have more than 200 hectares of arable crops. Yeah.
Yeah, I also had a few small additions, but one of is that if you don't pay now for the carbon, then you'll pay later, but you'll pay in damages and you'll pay in insurance money. And so, you know, better early than later, because now it's a good investment and later it's a problem. For you, I had a question that there is already, as you saw earlier, in Romania, a lot of carbon in the soil, which makes it such good soils. But so if you have so much carbon already in there, it's relatively difficult to put more, because the higher number you have, the more deteriorates. So you need like really big inputs to at least sustain it. And how do you make the carbon system fair? Because people who already start at a very high, good level, they have difficulty to increase. But you want to reward those very good farmers, not punish them for having been very good for the last hundreds of years. How would you do that?
Yes, it's a very good question and a good point of discussion. If you are good, you must pay, but you cannot be paid. I think big farmers, they are using intensively inputs as mineral fertilizer, and if they change this, they change their cultivation technologies, and also they use organic technology, they can have a chance to have some credit carbons to increase. Yeah, thank you.
Oana, I have received information from the audience that we have a very interesting subject. I know there are so many questions.
Thank you very much.
But you can talk with Oana after that. And I'm sorry we are a bit late with our schedule, so
thank you very much.
Please take Oana's contact, and she will be more than willing to respond. And congratulations again for your presentation. A very interesting subject. We are honored for this presentation that has been offered to us here at the International Conference. We have, let's say, a slight emergency. We need to invite one of the online guests as he has a technical problem. 5 minutes, please endure us to move forward. Mark Reinders, the CEO of Hempflux, as we are listening now, their innovation in the climate resilience in industrial hemp cultivation. I know that Mark already confirmed he's online with us. Hello, Mark. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me too?
Perfect. Thank you so much. So I know you will do miracles, and in a few minutes you will present the climate resilience and industrial hemp cultivation by Hempflux. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation. I do apologize. I can't attend in person due to other obligations I have, but I'm very happy we could do this in this modern online way. So let me open my presentation for a moment so you will see. So there we are. Do you see everything? Does it work?
Yes, all good.
Ah, very good, very good. Yeah, regenerative hemp and flax growing. A little history to that. We are a Dutch company with headquarters in the north of the Netherlands. There we do contract growing of hemp with a number of farmers in the north of the Netherlands and Germany. And this year we're growing about 1,800 hectares of hemp for the Netherlands. And next to that, since 2012, we are operating a farm in Sebes, Alba, Julia, including since 2014 a hemp processing factory. The reason we expanded in those days to Romania was of the rich history Romania has with hemp cultivation and hemp growing, because Romania used to be one of the biggest hemp growers in Europe in the past. So that was climate-wise a reason. The Romanian climate suits technically very well normally for growing hemp. And I say normally because what happened the last decades, the climate changed and not really in favor of hemp. So when we started experiencing the first problems with our yields in Romania due to climate issues, we started rethinking our way of farming. And first one we had to fight was drought, long periods of no rain and a low soil moisture. So we started reading about farming practices in dry areas, so like Australia or Southern America. And there we found out that no-till practices, not plowing the soil anymore, no-till practices is helping increasing the moisture storage capacity of the soil. because you're not destroying the soil, you're not plowing the soil, so you're keeping the organic matter. And like previous speaker was speaking about carbon, and I heard a question how to keep the carbon in the soil. Now, one thing you can do is stop plowing. Stop plowing, you keep more carbon in the soil. But yeah, there was a theory. So we start reading about no-till practices, and then you say, okay, but still, how do you improve the soil structure? You have to work with a cover crop, and from one to the other, we ended up in regenerative farming, which is a whole concept of measurements to work. What's regenerative farming? Because regenerative, it's a wording that's being used by a lot of marketeers these days. People are asking, I want regenerative grown fiber, and if you ask them, tell me what is regenerative for you, you get 10 different answers, and it's not easy to answer. But to us, it's that regenerative is regenerate, is trying to restore something that's been lost in the past. So restoring the natural power of soil, because in the last decades, we increased our farming principles, increased our farming yields, increased our farming practices. We increased scale size, bigger tractors, bigger machines, more soil compactation, more damage to the soil. And every time we're trying to overcome these losses by adding more inputs, more chemicals, more fertilizer, more inputs, just in order to keep up the high yielding level. And there is an end to that story. You can't continue pushing more in those soils. So regenerative agricultural means a conservative and rehabilitation approach to farming systems. So work with soil, work with Mother Nature instead of working against it. We have 5 principles, and there are 5 benefits to these principles. So the first one is minimal soil disturbance. So what I say, we are not plowing the soil anymore, and we are not deep cultivating the soil anymore. And actually, long story short, but the best example I can give you is given to me by an agricultural professor in a university in Germany. And he told me, he said, Mark, start looking at the soil as being a highly productive factory. For example, producing cars. And if you look to a highly productive car manufacturing facility, produces 1,500 cars a day, because machines are in place, people are in place, systems are in place, everything runs very smoothly. You have a highly productive factory. Now, in this factory, you're getting an earthquake, a very big earthquake. Roofs collapsing, walls collapsing, machines fall over, people died. Everything is destroyed. Is this factory productive tomorrow? No, it takes a long period to rebuild everything, put a roof on the roof again, put the walls up again, put new machines in, train new people, and it takes 2 to 3 years before the factory is up and running again at full capacity. The same we are doing with the soil, because in our soil there's a lot of organisms, there's a lot of mechanisms, there are fungi, good fungi, there are insects, there are worms, everything works together as giving you a highly productive soil. And now we start plowing the soil, we're destroying all these mechanisms. So if you start looking at your soil, and I heard also another speaker speaking about taking care of your soil like you take care of your wife. Now, this is exactly the same thing. Be gentle and don't shake it around too much. Another thing is maximize crop diversity. So rotate with crops, try and have a good, healthy crop rotation, maximum you can do, because the more crops you have, the more crops you rotate, the less diseases you will have, and the better biodiversity you will have. Another thing is keep your soil covered. If you keep your soil covered, and that's one of the reasons and one of the things we start doing this, and we saw already in real-time practice, is that you keep your soil green, and the plants are growing, and in the whole growing process, they're releasing sugars to the soil. And these sugars are feed to the soil life, to the worms, to the insects, everything that works in the soil in improving the soil quality. So by keeping your soil black a long time, you stop feeding your soil life, and your soil life is diminishing or lowered a lot. So keep your soil life active. The good thing is that also by keeping your soil covered, you're protecting your soil. You're protecting your soil by evaporation of the water. Because in the spring, and we had a spring once, and all the soil was black, and we had sun and burning sun, no rain, and the soil dried out very quickly. And maybe, I don't know if there are farmers in the room, but if you see after combine harvesting your crop and you're leaving the straw in the field, you always see under the layer where the straw is laying, the soil is more moisture than on those places where there's no straw laying and the soil is uncovered. So by keeping the debris of the cover crop in your field, you're protecting your soil from too much evaporation of water. Also, if you have extreme rainfall, what happens more and more these days, you have extreme rainfall and your soil is not covered, your soil is closing. It's compacted because of the water. It's slumping in, and by having this cover crop debris laying on top of your soil, it's protected from heavy rainfalls. Or if it's a long time dry, you have heavy winds, and what we see in the Netherlands and in the sandy regions where there's a lot of sandy soil, you have heavy wind, unprotected soils, the whole top layer is blown away. Fertile soil is blown away. And keep roots in your soil. Take cover crops, choose crops that keep deep rooting, because the roots and the worms are doing the work which you normally did with your plow, because you're plowing the land to bring structure in the soil that the roots can go in. But if you stop plowing, you have to find other methodologies to solve the compactation. And you do that with roots, and roots are growing, and some species are very strong, go very deep, and the worms do a lot of work. We've seen already the number of worms in our soil increased massively over the years since we stopped plowing. Integrate livestock. If you want to go all the way, you can also let graze livestock the fields, take the cover crop, they bring manure to the field. Good. That's also a way of doing it. But if you don't have livestock like we have, or the farm is too big to graze it everywhere, it's difficult to implement. I'm not saying you have to do everything to be a regenerative farmer, but you can pick the systems out of it that works for your farm and your own system. How does hemp fit in a regenerative system? Hemp is a good crop to have in your rotation if you do regenerative farming, because hemp has a low threshold level for farmers. So it's not difficult to grow. It doesn't need much investment. Growing hemp doesn't need pesticides, no herbicides, no insecticides, no fungicides. It's a relatively low cost crop, so it's a low threshold to start with. It's climate resilient, so hemp germinates well, and it has some moisture in the beginning. The roots goes very deep, goes 60-70 centimeters deep, and it will withhold drought periods for a long time. It grows quickly. It grows 4 centimeters a day if everything goes well on average, so it covers weeds and everything very quickly. And what I say, it doesn't require any care because it's not affected by insects or fungi or weeds. And yeah, the deep roots help give you a very nice soil structure. Yeah, the cons, of course, if you start growing no-till, you're not plowing anymore, you're experiencing a more higher weed pressure level. So normally you're turning the soil and you start with a relatively clean soil. Now all the weed seed stays in the top layer, so you have to take care your weed management is okay. If you don't grow hemp, like we also don't grow flax or winter wheat, you have to take care that your weed protection is in time and in place. And you need a bit higher plant densities in order to get a faster canopy closure to protect the soil again. The pros are evident. You need less artificial chemicals. You're building up organic matter. It's carbon, but also for the soil, it increased the moisture storage capacity. And it saves cost because plowing is quite expensive. We did it for many years, highly intensive, and now we do direct drilling. And here on this movie, I hope you can see it as well. It's a direct drilling machine we bought a few years ago. And you see here we're drilling cover crop directly in the stubble of flax. And this machine works with a big disc, makes a little slit, and then put the seed in and it closes again. And it doesn't need much energy, doesn't need much fuel, and doesn't need a very big tractor. And we saw the results already immediately in the first year. On the picture on the left corner side, you see a flax field of us. And we did first year half of the field in a regenerative way, no-till, and the other half we did in a traditional way. And we saw the results immediately after 2 weeks when it was a longer dry period. On the part, and you see the picture on the lower left, that's the traditional farmed field. We have heavy soil in Sebes, and after no rain, we had this big dry cracks, you know, and the crack is so big you can see I could put my whole hand in it. Where on the other side, where the hemp was done, of the flax was done no-till, I didn't have this big cracks. I just saw little hair cracks, but not as big dry cracks. So I saw that the soil was protected already better from evaporation of water, and there was more moisture available to the plant.
Thank you, Mark. If we can go to the conclusions, thank you.
That's this sheet. Thank you very much. This sheet is the conclusion. So lessons learned, learn from your mistakes. So the learning curve is quite steep. You will learn quickly what you can do, what you can't do. Give it time. After sowing, go away. Go on holiday, go away. Because if you're a conventional farmer, you look at it, it looks a disaster. It looks like a mess. But it gets better over time. So my advice is, they gave me my advice, drill, go on holiday. Profitability over perfection, and keep going on, and cover crop. Implement a cover crop in your structure. That's really necessary. Higher plant densities in your main crop, and select robust varieties, and just try and experience. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you again for your presentation and for being with us. Though you are online, maybe next time you will reach us live in Iași. We invite you. It's a very beautiful city, and we kindly invite you here to establish also a partnership with the university. Thank you again.
No problem. My pleasure.
With us, though you are online. Exactly, that's my voice. So now we move forward with the Water and Soil Solutions for Resilient Agri-Food Production presentation, and we will find out more about soil sensors and soil moisture monitoring powered by Alcedo and Cropix, of course, with our guests from the Netherlands and Romania. From the Netherlands, Harmen Volrich, hopefully I spelled it correctly, yes, perfect. VP Sales Europe, Crops, and Theodor Radu, Irrigation and Carbon Manager from Alcedo. Thank you so much for being here. Of course, thank you for your patience, and we look forward for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for the invite. It's a pleasure for us being here. Like you said, my name is Radu Teodor, and I am here with my colleague Harmen Volrich, and we are representing two companies, Alcedo and Cropix. Okay, so I will say a few words about Alcedo. Alcedo is one of the biggest input distributor in Romania. We distribute herbicide, fungicide, foliar, and from the last year we make an important decision for our farmers. The decision was that we will implement also in our portfolio a new sensor, irrigation sensor for our farmers, because we want, using the Dutch know-how, We want to empower our farmers with informations, the quality one informations about the temperature, the soil level, moisture, and also about the nutrients level in the soil. And for that, we also want our farmers to be the best for their pivots and for their irrigation. And we also want for them to be as professional as they can using those sensors, because the main objective for us and for the Cropix company is that farmers need to be as professional as they can. And if they are using those sensors, the sensor will always tell you how much water you need to irrigate. And this can save also a lot of money, and the yields will obviously go up. But for more information about the sensor, I will let Harmen tell you more using his presentation.
Thank you a lot, Theodor. Hopefully everybody's still awake after this long morning. We have somewhere 7 to 8 sheets, so we will be quickly done with our part. Hopefully, and otherwise, if there are a lot of questions, not. So, what is CropX? Just a few key values is we want to be trusted, we want to be comprehensive, we want to be easy to use, because we believe that advisors and farmers can do it themselves. You don't need a PhD to install solutions. And most of all, profitability and sustainability, because we believe that they go hand in hand and not either or. Because if you don't make any profit, you can't be sustainable. If you're not sustainable, you can't make any profit. So, what is then the solution that we offer and through Alcedo is available in Romania? We try, I will do an awkward thingy to see that we offer a total solution, meaning that we have a platform where there are hydraulic models to see how much you could irrigate. There are crop models, there are disease models, when to spray, what to spray for fungi. There are satellite data, weather station data, ETA. I heard a previous speaker talk about reference evapotranspiration. We are able to measure actual evapotranspiration using one of our sensors called the Evato. Today, I'm focusing on the soil sensor data, so left lower corner. We also have one example with us, together with an orange cap, because which is just behind Sophie. Yes, with an orange cap, because we are a Dutch company. So, some key capabilities of a said sensor. We call it the Vertex, because it has a spiral, like a vortex, and it's an all-in-one device, meaning you, together with an installation kit, are able to install it, and get it out of the soil yourself. It has a telemetry unit in it, it has a machine-to-machine SIM card in it, so you don't need anything else. This specific one gives you insight in how moist is my soil, what is my temperature, and also is there nitrogen leaching? Not the amount, but if there's an event, yes or no. So with that, you install it, you have your platform, your account, and you're good to go. Besides that, we also acknowledge the fact that we are not alone on this world. There are other manufacturers, and with the major ones we can connect. So if you have third-party software of sensors, we can connect it to our software. And that means that you don't need to invest in new stuff. And it works with all kinds of irrigation systems. So if you have drip, pivots, hose reel, and so on, there is a solution to fit for that. Besides irrigation management and irrigation insights, there's also in the same platform, you get insights on NDVI, on RGB, on what does it do with the crop growth? Where is your historical productivity? Because satellite images are already there for a long time, and with solutions that we have, we can place them over your fields which you have entered into the system. And then you get your strong and weak points of the fields. And this is done in a way where you can detect in-field variability and issues very quickly. To go into one of the most important things, at least for farmers, less for, let's say, researchers, but it's return on investment. Because we can talk a lot, the whole day about, I have this solution, I have that solution, and this helps the environment in X, Y, Z. But as long as there is no money in it, farmers will not do it. And can you blame it? Because if you are forced to do something and there's only cost but no benefit from you, it's hard to justify it. So I took one example, which is from the United States. So that's why it's in bushels per acre and in dollars. But the math pans out if you transfer it to tons per hectare and to euros. Not sure what the currency exchange nowadays does, but you get a far better price in euros then. If you look at this, and we took very conservative figures, you can see that your profit increases tremendously with a corn crop. And we use the running gag is that actually there's no reason why you should not invest in our solutions because you can't afford not to do so. So I encourage you all to have a look at our websites, get in touch with Alcedo, and let's see if we can get the same return of investment in Romania. Thank you very much for your attention.
Theodore, you should promote more your company as you are their partners and so on. What is the website? alcedo.ro.com? Okay. We have a question here. I was already informed that they would like to address a question. Please.
Denis Tsopa, Iași University of Life Sciences. Very nice talk, Harman. Thanks a lot for these interesting things. I'm working with sensors for a lot of time, actually. I'm working with sensor from a Royal Dutch company, Eikelkamp, actually. And maybe just a technical questions about your sensors. These are already calibrated or have to calibrate it considering the texture of the soil? Because it's something different in a clay soil to have a 20% of water and different in a sandy soil, let's say.
They are self-calibrating. So you install them and then you have to wait a bit because the sensor is self-calibrating to meet the soil needs that you have.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation, also for answering the questions. And tonight we will address more questions to you at the dinner. Thank you again. Now we move back online as we have Stefan. He finally managed to connect via online with us, and he will present the water solutions for fruit growing and outdoor horticulture. Stefan Hessekers is the co-owner of VGB Water Technique, and we are grateful, of course, for sharing the knowledge that you bring from the Netherlands. And thank you again, Stefan, for being with us. Can you hear us?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone.
Hello.
Thank you for inviting me for this presentation. Normally I would come to Romania to present, but currently the weather has been very, very dry in the Netherlands. So it has been super busy with all the fertigation works and everyone is, yeah, it's very hectic. Yeah, which brings us to the topic of water. Today I would like to talk about a quick introduction of our company and basic key aspects of water usage in the orchard. So who is VGB Watertechniek? VGB is a Dutch-based company that builds and supplies custom-made irrigation and fertigation systems throughout European and Asian countries. The company has been a trustworthy supplier for over 45 years, builds on its long-lasting client relations, and has more than 1,000 operational systems worldwide, including Romania. Advantages of owning a VGB fertigation system is the uniform fertilizer application, less fertilizer used throughout the year, easy to use and operate, the ability to react on the needs of your orchard, monitoring via an online web app, optimal water usage, enhanced control over your orchard, and minimize adverse environmental effects. So every system that we make and goes to international countries is built in a container and is made specifically for the client's wishes and needs. So every system we make is different from the last one. So making a plan. How do we start with making a fertigation installation for our client? An important question to ask is what kind of fruit is used, how many hectares of cultivation, discussing needs and wishes, analysis of water and soil, plot measurements, preferably via GPS because then it's very clear, designing a plan with our special software for the irrigation, and system recommendations and custom-made solutions for the client's needs. To start, water supply. Water supply is the most important thing before starting with building a fertigation system. This needs to be addressed and be available before we can even start with making an installation. For the water source, you can have the following options. Open water, which is also dependent on the nature and the systems, needs to have a good filtering to be able to use open water. Another possibility is a well, which is also dependent on the nature. And the difficult part is obtaining the correct permits from the government to have a well installed on your orchard. And you can also use a basin, which collects water from smaller water sources, which on their own are not sufficient enough to supply a fertigation system. The basin can be filled when no water is needed, and water can be taken out on times throughout the year when it is needed. So in the winter, it can be filled, and then during the summer when there's a lot of irrigation needed, it can be taken out. And the last thing is a silo, which can be pre-filled with water from a small water source. But one advantage of a silo is that it can be treated before it goes into the system. So for silos, silos are used in all different kinds of cultivation, but the most important aspect of using a silo is the water treatment, as I already said. It can be used for deironizing iron. Deironized iron can be when it's deironized of iron, it can be collected in a silo. But also the pH can be adjusted in a silo. When water has a too high pH, it is very difficult to use it and just use it for your plants. So what we do a lot of times when the water is not good enough is that we pre-treat the water in a silo, that we bring down the pH to a reasonable level that it can be used in the system. And that it has no negative effects on the plants. This is a very important aspect of fertigation in hard fruit, but it is even more important with soft fruits when the soft fruits are, for example, in pots. In addition to this, the grower can choose to have a special pH premix pot for adjusting the pH in the silo when it's very bad. So that's why we prefer to use silos when water quality is not good enough to take it directly from the source into the field. Something to add is drip line solutions, which comes after the water source, is what kind of drip line do you want to use in your orchard. I categorized it in 5 different types. And what we have is the standard drip line, which is the cheapest version of drip lines, but the drippers have a bad uniformity. That means that they will not have the same water output because they are not regulated throughout the drip line. For the second one, you can use drip line which is pressure compensated, which is already better than the standard drip lines. These drippers have a better uniformity. Pressure will be the same throughout the drip line, and they will all open at the same time throughout the drip irrigation, or when the irrigation happens, they will all have they will all start at the same time. The crops at the front and the back of the row will receive water at the same starting time, which is a very positive feature of pressure compensated drip line. After the pressure compensated drip line, you can also go one step further, and then you come with the drip lines, which is pressure compensated and also has no drain, which means the same as the pressure compensated drip line, but the drippers close all at the same time when the fertigation system stops giving water. Therefore, the trees at the end of the row do not get more water than the ones at the beginning of the row. So there's no drain, as what it says in the name. This ensures that every tree gets the same amount of water and that no water gets lost throughout the year, which is very important when you don't have enough water. You want to use the water that you have as efficient as possible. After this, you can also use subsurface drip lines. We have done multiple projects throughout Romania. Subsurface drip lines can be used for hazelnut trees and, for example, cherry trees. In this case, the drip line is placed underground. So when harvesting at the end of the season, you don't damage the drip line, and it's not in the way. And that's one of the positives of it. And another feature of it is that it has good water efficiency because the drip line is close to the roots of the tree, and there's not a lot of evaporation because it's in the ground already. And at last, you also have custom-made drip line for pots. Let's say for blueberry crops. These drip lines can be made specifically for the grower needs. So in case of the distances between the drippers, how many drippers are there per drip point? And with these, we use a lot for cultivation in pots. Adding on this, I wanted to go further with growing fruits in pots. When you want to grow fruits in pots, so let's say you want to grow, in this case, blueberries in pots, a big advantage is that it's not in the soil anymore. So you can grow it on a lot more places than you could do it when it's outside of pots. But one big negative feature of growing crops in pots is that you need a stable water installation. the problem is that when you put crops in plots, they have the possibility to dry out very fast because the pots are very small, and that therefore you need to have consistent fertigation rounds. When you forget, or when there's a problem with the fertigation installation, or you forget it for a couple of days, you have the possibility, when you have very small pots, that they dry out and your crops die. When you put them in the soil, that is a much lesser event to happen, because they have a much larger buffer in the ground for water. So with pots you will use your water way more efficient than you will do when they're in the ground. But you really have to have your fertigation system on point, and that it needs to be perfect, because you need to be 100% sure that they get the water when they need it. So in Romania we also did a very large blueberry project in Sibiu. Here the blueberries were just in the ground. The ground was good enough to put the blueberries in the ground. And with water sources, this project shows multiple important aspects of water management. In this case, you can see one big basin for a stable water source. So this one, they fill throughout the winter, and they will add water to it throughout the year. But they already at the start of the season, they have a very large basin which contains enough water to last them throughout multiple fertigation rounds. You can also see that there's a silo with this project. This silo was used to pre-fill, or to lower the pH before it would go into the field. So the system would take water out of the basin, puts it in the silo with treatment with acid to bring the pH down. After which the system can take the water out of the silo and pushes it into the field. They also had multiple mix tanks for the fertilizer for the blueberry, to adjust the water to give them the best the food possible for the blueberries. And in this project we also used PCND drip lines to ensure a high uniformity for every plant, so that every plant would get the same amount of water, and that the water that is used as efficient as possible. One more project we also did in the east of Europe is also a blueberry project, which was slightly bigger. And here the same, very important, is that there was a big basin for the water, which you can see, which was still constructed on this picture, and one smaller one. In this case, we used the smaller basin to also lower the pH.
Thank you, Stefan. If you could go to conclusions, thank you.
Yeah, and in this case we also had the basin, which we would lower the pH before going into the field, and it had multiple mix tanks for all the different varieties this grower had for the blueberries. And these were multiple examples of projects in which the growers ensured a good water supply, but also a water supply that can be used as treated, and which we try to use as efficient as possible, so the existing water supply is used as sustainable as possible. That was the presentation. If there are any questions.
Thank you so much. I don't think we have actual questions. We will keep in touch, and also the presentation, if it's available, you can send it to us and we can email it to all our participants. And of course, through the embassy, we can keep in contact with you with the other presentations, okay?
Yes, thanks a lot.
Thank you again. Thank you again for all the online interventions. And now we move very, very fast to the last presentations. We still have three speakers to go. And now we see again and we meet Marius Velia as the General Director of Holland Farming Romania, presenting two innovations. Zan seeds and Memon soil improvement solutions powered by your company, Holland Farming. Thank you for being here with us.
It is working? Yeah. So I'm under time pressure, so I try to be fast. I put my clock here. We came here for problems caused by the weather change. This is a nice movie of our company, but I understand that being under time pressure, I will skip it. It's a nice song of Queen with this piano would work very well, but let's leave it. Just about the resilience of the nature. Our company is involved also in a European project, just for your information, work in a European project how to revive the mountain, the high mountain life, because also the shepherd with the animals, because of the fact that the pasture decrease in terms of quality, for the food for the animals, they go lower and lower. Different countries from 10 mountain regions, also Italy, also Belgium, also Spain, Portugal, Romania, Poland, Austria, and so on, participate to such project, how to make a revival of the life in different aspects. Romania, through our company and another institute from Sibiu and another village on the top of the mountain in the county of Sibiu, organize this, let's say, pilot project to prove that we can make a better life for the animals, for the sheep, for example, to stay there, to not go down to the low-level land, and also with the help of our partner from Barenbrug. They provide us some special mixture of herbs who can survive better on the top of the mountain and can be a good food for the animals. There is a lot to talk. It's about drones involved, because on the mountain you cannot go by the tractors to plow and so on. We do with the special machines. The seeding is done by the drone. Also the fertilization is done by the drone and so on. It was also a talk before. So, a few words about climate change in Romania. Romania is vulnerable to drought, especially extreme high temperature, heat and cold, alternative heat and cold, severe cold. We just suffered a few days ago about this. Hopefully will not come again. Heavy precipitation from time to time, landslides and floods. What this means for the Romanian growers? This means yield loss. This means problems with the plants, like sunburn, abortion of the plants, slowdown in vegetation and plant growth, decreasing the crop quality. This means that the growers suffer significant losses. We have to do something. We have to find solution for that. What solution we can find? Several solutions. I will not present everything because I cannot, but few of them are genetically improvement of the varieties, using biostimulants to help the plants in the sensitive moments, sun protection inputs, precise plant nutrition, which I also spoke a few words before, also reactivating the soil life. In several presentations, it was a lot of talks about soil life and many others. So, precise nutrition, I spoke before a bit. I could speak much more, but I understand there is no time. But anyhow, if we talk about high temperature, as I said, potassium is highly important to supply to the plant, to have it available, to be uptake in the right moment. But we have to care about potassium is a cation who can go together with the other cations like magnesium and calcium. They are all, for example, potassium and magnesium are in competition, so if we have an excess of one of them, it will block the other one. There is a lot of talk about this. Another cation is natrium, which is not considered by our growers, and because of this block potassium. We will see that a nice fertilization, but we don't know that potassium is in my soil, who block magnesium, calcium, and potassium. Because of this natrium. Also, pH is important, EC, and cation exchange capacity. So everything leads to the soil analyze. The soil analyze should be something that the grower should do from now on every year. Our company has a very well-equipped soil, water, and plant tissue analyze. I will go over this because the time is very short to analyze the water, to analyze the soil, for example. Look, as an example, it is a soil, this one is a soil with high phosphorus. Then why to use, again, phosphorus from triple P15 or something like that? Because excess of phosphorus is poisoning for the plants. The pH is, in this case, is reasonable good. This is the range of pH which is optimal for the phosphorus. Now we can see other example with pH soil extremely high. This will block not only phosphorus but especially which cause again problems, rooting problems and so on. We find different situation in the practice. For example, in this case, the soil is fully booked with everything. So I saw extremely nice crop because the grower made this analysis. He used only fulvic acid and humic acid and other additives like this who help the plants to uptake from the soil what is already in it, so no fertilization in demand for that crop, other crop with very low nutrition potential and so on. Our partners from Memon offer, Netherlands, offer also options to increase the organic matter content is absolutely strategic for now on, but also to introduce more inputs in the fertilizers. So in the future will be not anymore fertilizers just like that, triple 15 and something like that, or it will be, but less than today. To introduce, Memon introduced in their fertilizers bentonite and zeolite, and also surfactants. Organic matters, it was a lot of talk before. For the soil life is extremely important. It increases the microbial effect and activity in the soil. This makes the elements to be easier to uptake, and the soil will be more healthy. Again, soil is not just inert. Soil is a living material. We have to care about the soil to stay as living material. And if we manage this, we will have a fertile soil and the plant will benefit out of this. For example, in this graph, we will see that as much as we grow the organic matter, the activity of the biomass is getting higher, and then the fertility of the soil will be better. An addition for the fertilizer from now on, and Memon can offer to us, is bentonite. Bentonite is, as a raw material, is an ash of the volcano, who is very good because it takes the water, preserve the water, so absorb the water. So this is very important if we put in the fertilizer, because in the situation of lack of rains and so on, this bentonite would help. It will be also good for the soil structure, but to go fast, it will be also strategic soon in the sandy soil. The sandy soil in the drought situation will suffer a lot. Then zeolite is also a volcanic, but not ash, but rock. It is very porous. This zeolite preserves not only the water, but also the fertilizers. So it is very sustainable for the environment, because we will lose less fertilizers, because the fertilizers we apply will stay in that zeolite, which makes the nutrition available for the plants. Few examples, for example, from Memon with TerraVid NutriGuard, with an addition of zeolite next to nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, calcium, and so on. And another product, TerraVid, with addition of bentonite. So surfactants are also important because we will see in several moments soil, it is irrigated even by drip, but we will see spots of wet and next to it spots of dry because of the soil structure is not good. That's why we have to do something to put even a uniformity of the humidity in the soil, and this can be with the help of the surfactants. What does this surfactants? Practically every drop has a tension, and this tension is decreasing with these surfactants into more drops, which makes uniformity of the humidity in the soil. I thought that it will be before lunch. I was not really careful with the emails of Amalia and Anda, I have to admit that. But
don't worry, we will still enjoy our lunch. So
okay. Now, again, I thought that it will be two presentations in two different moments. So let's go fast. Let's go fast.
Marius,
fast,
you are a superhero. So thank you so much.
Fast. I have three more. So genetical improvement. This is very important. Especially, we spoke about. I spoke before about genetical improvement from Barenbrug for the forage grasses, which is very important because the old grass is not suitable anymore to feed in a proper way the animals, but in vegetables, the genetical improvement is even more important, I would say. So we cooperate with Reichswan. Reichswan is, I would say, the best company in the world because of the innovation. It's the most innovative. Reichswan spent every year 200 million euro per year only in innovation. So not in seed multiplication, not in seed distribution, not in any other activity, but only in innovation. Every year, 200 million euro is the most innovative company in vegetables in the world. So please pay attention to this company. I'm sure that it is very known already. For example, what is this year, what will do Reichswan in Romania, among other normal activities, but they will send a team to check the wild plants. The wild plants can be a source of genetical improvement of the new varieties in the future. It is an incredible, great activity. Okay, the history starts from Mr. Reichswan. 100 years ago, by the way, in 2024, they celebrate 100 years of activity everywhere in the world with branches and subsidiaries. Going further, innovation. Reichswan received several prizes for the innovation. For example, we all know that the lettuce, after we cut, immediately get a little bit of, not little bit, enough brown to the stem, the place where we cut. This means rusty. Yeah, they innovate a type of lettuce without this rusty, having this rusty. So in Fruit Logistica, they got an award. Then in peppers, last year and the year before, they got an award. Okay, you can see such a nice range of peppers breeded by Reichswan. But last year, the pepper Tatayoyo got the first prize in Fruit Logistica Berlin, 2 years in a row for this pepper, named Tatayoyo. It is grown in our greenhouse. But also last year, it got the first prize award in Romania among the supermarket chains, all the chains. First prize in the Chef Michelin Stars Association, and so on. So innovation, innovation, innovation. But innovation in breeding to compete the climate change. This is our point of today. Blue leaf in cucumbers. Look how it looks. A variety of blue leaf. Normally, the leaf should be green. It is green, but a little different green. We will see now. back. A little movie. Look how is the color of the leaf, and how is the difference between a normal leaf, you see in the front, a normal leaf, and you see normal leaf down, and the blue leaf on top. It is really spectacular, such varieties, because it brings benefits to compete the climate change. This is one weapon, let's say, one tool to make the plants to survive in a, let's say, not friendly circumstances. What means blue leaf? More chlorophyll in the leaf. What means, again, more chlorophyll? Means dealing with high temperature, better than the normal varieties. It is a balance, so the plants in vegetable has to receive a balance between vegetation and vegetative and generative growing, which means that a plant can be easily lose the vegetative growing to turn into generative, and the other way around. And this is very bad, because either you can make too many leaves but no fruits, or too many fruits and soon you will lose the plants because it will be exhausted. So you always need to find the balance between these two types of growing. Coloration of the leaves will turn into the bluish leaves. It is more efficient usage of the nutrients because of the blue leaf, and better resistance against the pathogens. And this resistance we will see here to mildew and to oidium, so powdery mildew. The blue leaf varieties doesn't suffer that much like a normal variety. On top of this, we will see resistance to the viruses and to fusarium from bone defense and fore defense. So it makes the variety, again, it is genetically improvement. It is clear that genetically improvement doesn't mean genetically modified. This is a totally different story, and in Europe is forbidden to do for vegetables genetically modified. So it is a genetically improvement which makes the plant more resilient and more resistant against the pathogen and the adverse situation coming by the climate. So soon, blue leaf will be very used in Romania. This is about blue leaf cucumbers in Reichswahn. So it is one tool to compete the climate change situation. But in other crop, it is also some other situation, other help coming from Reichswahn. For example, in cabbage, what can we do in cabbage? Cabbage is very basic crop. We can do leaf color better, and we can do leaf shape better. How? You will see in the middle 4 rows, the leaf is blue. So this bluish leaf brings to the plant more resilient possibilities to compete the sunburn, especially, and other pathogens. It is very important, it is very interesting way how the blue is insert in between the green of the color. But also the leaf shape. Normally, the leaf can have many more shapes, but this is the best shape what we can see, where the petiole of the leaf is long. Having the petiole of the leaf long, the water of the irrigation will not stay to the base of the plant. Having the water to the base of the plant will be the source of the fungus, of the bacteria, or other infection. So having this architecture of the leaf, it is a great help for the plant to get rid of the source of the diseases and bacteria. Comparing with the normal and usual varieties, you will see short stem. So in this case, here, the water stays for long, especially because of the fact that cabbage is irrigated by sprinklers, and in this way you have more chances to have infection of fungus and bacteria. Well, this is a nice picture from Lungulețu. Continuous innovation. It is in lettuce. It is in cauliflower. It is in every crop. For example, in cauliflower, we have white cauliflower, which is basic, violet cauliflower, orange cauliflower, green cauliflower, and so on. So the time is running. Reichswan is leader, worldwide leader in genetical improvement and innovation to stand better against the climate change. Now, another two tools. The plant is suffering continuously against all kinds of stress. What we advise the grower to use biostimulants based on auxin, cytokinin, gibberellin, and amino acids. Improve the assimilation of the nutrient, increase the potential, you know, like the human. The human is able to protect himself against all kinds of pathogens onto a specific level. But same is with the plant. But you have to stimulate the plant to organize these enzymes, which the plant anyhow has, to fight against the pathogens. And this can happen with a product based on growth stimulants and amino acids in combination with other elements, nutrition elements. By the way, amino acids, there are more than 200 amino acids available, but 17 are essential. You have to use that 17 amino acids in the right percentage each in order to have the best effect of the amino acids. For example, we will see now that 17 in a specific percentage. This is coming after a very long research in order to have the highest effect. And with Cropmax, also produced in Netherlands, and we import Cropmax since more than 20 years, we have this help of the plant, for the plants. And just the last issue, how to help the plants with inputs like, anyhow, heating will be higher and higher in Romania, I have no doubts. We can put some sunglasses and some caps and we go in the shade, but the plants cannot do this. So our partners from Lumiforte, Netherlands, provide us very specialized product to help the plant to grow, even in the extreme high sunlight condition. What does these products? They stop, practically they stop the infrared radiation, and they leave the UV, because we can shade the tunnel or the greenhouse with a black folie, and there is nothing inside. No hot, no heat, but also no plants, because it's no vegetation. So Lumiforte provides some products who are almost totally transparent, but this shading stop the infrared and they leave the right radiation that the plants needs. Also, when we have 2, 3, 4, 7 days in the middle of the summer with clouds, if you go in that greenhouse is more light than other greenhouses. So it is a lot of innovation also in this direction, who is also a good help for the plants. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, the same. Marius Velea, our superhero, with 2 very fast presentations. Thank you so much. And now we welcome on the stage Mr. Alin Chiriac, project manager of Panifcom. I'm sure you tasted the very good bread that they presented on the exhibition area. Thank you so much for all that you prepared for us. And we will see in the next presentation innovative Romanian solutions for sustainable agriculture. And of course, to congratulate Panifcom that, let's say, they also have 100 years of history, you said. And I remember, though the company officially has more than 35 years of experience, The story began 100 years ago when the great-grandfather started this idea and the business. Please,
right.
Alin.
Good afternoon. My name is Alin Chiriac. I'm the project manager of Panifcom Group. And in the next few minutes, I will present you what is our business model and how is the key sustainable technology that you use in our group.
And you will also be my superhero, yes? Very fast.
Okay, I will try. Panifcom is a group of Romanian companies operating in the Moldova region, offering healthy, locally sourced food products from an integrated process that starts from the soil and reaches to the consumer table. With a vertical integrated structure, the Panifcom group brings together 4 essential divisions. We have the dairy farm, we have the agriculture, we have the bakery, and the milling. The agriculture is the starting point of Panifcom. We cultivate over 4,000 hectares in Iași using modern and sustainable technologies. Our production is integrated in our dairy farm, milling, and bakery division, allowing us a full control over quality. At Panifcom, agriculture means more than productivity. It means innovation, responsibility, and care for the environment and soil health. We integrate cutting-edge technologies and sustainable practice to ensure a long-term efficiency and ecological balance. What you do, we use GPS-guided machinery, no tillage technology, liquid fertilizers, custom input management systems, soil and crop monitoring sensor, and a digital farm management platform. We also use a fully automated water treatment and dosing station for preparing crop protection recipes directly on the farm. Solutions are loaded into mobile tanks and transferred to self-propelled sprayers, which perform the application with no exposure risk for operators or the environment. Thanks to automatic dosing and purified water, we reduce our use of phytosanitary products by over 40%. We also operate a modern irrigation system that currently saves approximately 1,000 hectares. Like system components, we have a high-efficiency pumping station with a SCADA system, a newly installed underground pipeline network, central pivot irrigation system, rain wing sprinklers, and also surface drip irrigation, a precision irrigation system that delivers water directly to the root zone, enhancing efficiency and reducing water loss. The second one is the dairy farm. The dairy farm is a core pillar of Panifcom Group. We manage over 2,100 animals in Iași County, combining genetics, nutrition, and comfort to ensure outstanding performance and animal welfare. Our facility reflects our philosophy. Performance begins with health, and health starts with comfort. We invest in modern housing systems, technology, and daily care routine to ensure a low-stress, high-comfort environment for every animal. We have 7 barns ensure comfort for all animals. For hygiene and comfort, ensure through a sterilized manure use as a bedding, automatic clean scrapers, ventilation system, cooling showers, and massage brushes. We have a smart monitoring through AFI Farm and AFI Fact 2 system, providing real-time alerts on health, activity, and reproduction, supported by daily veterinary protocols. At Panifcom, both the forage park and the waste management system are designed to optimize nutrition, improve animal comfort, and close the sustainability loop with our crop production division. We have 3 dedicated zones for efficient handling. All forage is produced internally on Panifcom fields, ensuring full control over quality and traceability. Also, we have for the manure management and circular reuse, barn scrapers and pump system, modern separator splits solid from liquid waste, and we have BRU 2000 sterilizer turns solid waste into dry and is a safe baiting for our animals. With this, we reduce straw use, you improve hygiene and animal comfort, and the surplus is reused as fertilizer at Panifcom crop fields. This is our results, is the real results. We can look, we have a daily average yield of 50 kilos of head. The meal composition is 3.94 to 4% fat and 3.3 to 3.4% protein. Our top performing cow is at 103.6 kilos a day. The third one, the milling. The Panifcom mill is more than a processing point. It's the strategic link between our agricultural output and our bakery division. Here we have a capacity of milling of 100 tons a day. We have we processed in our mill 36,500 tons per year, and we have a wide range of flours produced. 95% of our flour output goes directly to Panifcom bakery division. Only 5% is sold to local artisan bakeries. Is a wheat grown on vegetable farm, which is milled here. With that, we have a full control over raw material, quality, traceability, and cost efficiency. Also, we have 400 kilowatts power photovoltaic panels installed at our mill that covers up to 50% of the mill's total energy needs. This contributes to lower emissions, stable operating cost, and long-term environment commitment. And the third one, but not the last, is the bakery. Here we combine heritage recipes, natural sourdough, and slow fermentation with advanced automation to produce bread that is clean, nutrition, and consistent at scale. Using only flour from our own mill and wheat grown on Panifcom farms, we bake with transparency and simplicity, staying true to what real bread should be. Our bakery is international food standard certified and equipped with 3 fully automated production lines, producing up to 10,000 loaves per hour. With a team of 240 employees, we combine clean recipe principles with advanced baking technology, ensuring high-quality products made with care. We have also a clean recipe product range. You can taste it on the expositions zone. We have Mândria Brătarului, free seeds, and Graham intermediate and black bread with rye. For us, sustainability means more than clean ingredients. It's a commitment that guides our entire production process from energy to packaging. Like key sustainability actions in baking, we have 870 solar panels with a total power of 400 kilowatts power, recyclable packaging, energy efficient baking lines, clean recipe, and also integrate planning synchronized with farming and milling silings for minimal loss. Sustainability at Panifcom now and next. What already exists? We have no tillage farming, water treatment and precision dosing, 40 hectares of trees planted this year. We have in total 800 kilowatts solar capacity. We have the sterilizer and the clean recipe baking. In this moment, in implementation, we have 1 megawatt biogas plant, electric and thermal energy from organic waste, 50 hectares of tree planting in progress. We have a research project for the development of clean label, long life bread, 21 days shelf life through controlled fermentation and radiofrequency pasteurization. And also we have another project for the bakery digitalization on integrated solution for connecting production data, driving performance, innovation, and sustainability. What we plan for the future, the carbon footprint tracking, full digitalization across all operations, tree planting, expand to 250 additional hectares for a total of 350, a new solar project in our crop farm, 400 kilowatts power and 100 kilowatts storage capacity. And also we have a focus and we plan to develop an internal AI system to make production more efficient and reduce resource use. This is how we are integrated right now. You can see with the green color the fourth divisions. Also, we have some plan for the future. We want to do new dairy processing facilities. It's about the circular economy principles, because we want to do a milk processing plant, include the production of Caliata. But after we start with this plan, we said, okay, we have a byproduct that is whey. It's a large quantity of whey. And that starts to make also a new production plant for whey protein isolate and whey protein concentrate. And you said, okay, we have the Caliata, what to do next? We make mozzarella and other cheeses. We have in plan to do also new food production units, a frozen bakery plant. And also we said, okay, we will have the mozzarella, what to do? We will do a refrigerated and frozen pizza factory.
Beautiful. Thank you.
And now, here, if these plans that I present you come true, this is a scheme what will be integrated all the divisions with all the byproducts and the connections between them. Like an advice to keep the family happy when we will go
Not
home,
only the wife,
make
right?
sure to take a bread. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is a very beautiful conclusion, to take care of the whole family and to be united for our healthy lives. Thank you so much, Alin Chiriac, for presenting the vision and the beautiful projects that you develop with your team at Panifcom. And now, finally, we have reached the final presentation of the day, and we invite Mr. Adrian Iurcan, CEO of Biocomp Romania, presenting sustainable ecological biosecurity system in viticulture and greenhouses. Thank you so much for your patience, for being with us, and we will soon end our official second edition of our international conference.
Your Excellency, you're still resilient in the room, and everybody coming from Netherlands after a very heavy scenario these days. Thank you so much for inviting me here for a short presentation. I will not take more than 5 minutes of your time. So basically what Biocomp company does and offers to the agribusiness sector is let's say, an alternative, a sustainable alternative to keeping control of the fungi and the bacteria and all the other biocontaminants that could affect the crops, outside crops, field crops, and greenhouse crops, using UV light. UV light is known for more than 100 years, but is being reinvented by Biocomp in the modern and ecological sustainable system that can be applied in an integrated way to help small, medium-sized or huge companies, actors in the agribusiness sector, controlling, as I say, the molds. For this presentation, because we offer the services in all domains of the agribusiness, we just focusing on two main, let's say, activities. Everybody talks about how to lower the consumption of pesticides, especially in wineries, yes, in vineyards. And the good news is that we are able to treat botrytis on the open field vineyards in the night with special devices that are being carried out by the tractor, yes, and they embrace the vineyard's lines with UV light on the calculated dose. So in the night, why? Because the botrytis cannot survive under the night conditions without sun light. So we are able now to decrease up to 99% the consumption of pesticides in an open field, especially we're talking about the vineyards. Another, let's say, direct and precise utilization of our system, it's on the harvested fruits and vegetables, because as you know, in the second that you detach from the roots the fruits and vegetables, the decay process is starting. And on the way to the storage facility, transportation facility, then to the selling point or to the food processing units, you need them to keep them fresh. So we can do that because we disinfect the air in the presence of people, yes, and disinfect the surface of the fruits and vegetables in the storing houses, then in the transportation period, and then to the consumers, so we can increase up to 100% the freshness time. So it's a very important thing to do that, but it's also available. For example, we work with companies who are producing zakuska or all kind of food processed by onions, carrots, and etc. And they have big problems in the storage facilities with fungi and bacteria until they've been used in the processing lines. And we keep them fresh for that with a very low consumption of energy. So in the food safety, we are coming with, sure, it's just a general presentation of tunnels that can be designed for all kind of lines, semi-automatic or automatic lines for processing food. Then in an open field, you'll be surprised, even the good specialists in agribusiness will be surprised to know that some countries like United States, Denmark, Canada, before planting the seeds in the open field cultures, crops, they, exactly as you see, with a normal tractor, they carry the trailer with a special installation of UV light on 20 centimeters higher than the ground, after the ground is prepared for seeding, and they just disinfect the surface of the ground before seeding. Why? Because the seed comes from the ground, but when he is small, like 1 centimeter in dimension, he goes out and takes contact with the open surface of the field, and that open surface of the field, it's permanently contaminated through the winds, yes, with all kind of biocontaminants, and you need to have a safe kindergarten for the seed to come up if you do that. Another thing that is very interesting is that we have some projects in Denmark, and I will tell it because it's very interesting how they think it. So poor lands, they don't have so much land to grow vegetables and whatever. So what they are doing, they have big 10,000 square meters greenhouses, 3 or 4 of them, yes, in a package, neighboring, yes, the compound of the retailers, like, let's say, Kaufland, whatever, Lidl, Mega Image. Why? Because the fruits and vegetables, especially cucumbers and tomatoes, are being grown intensively in the greenhouse, and from the greenhouse directly to the selling point. And they have big issues with, of course, botrytis and other kind of fungi bacteria affecting the crops, and we are working with them in the greenhouses to solve the problem very efficiently. Okay, this is an example for the specialists how we can reduce the pesticides. Yes, we are against the chemicals, of course, yes, but the client will know to choose which is the better thing for him. For example, in some sort of products like milk, butter oil, for example, I will come back, reducing after treatment with UV light up to 55, up to 95%, depending on the biocontaminating type. This is an example, as I told you, the pulling trailer for the vineyards. Yes, in the night. Yeah, you see it over there. Yes, in the night it's a reversed UV shape. Yes, with UV light, and the botrytis after being treated and eliminated with UV light. If you have more than 3 hours in the night, yes, he'll not coming back to life. So this is why, and it's very effective because you can do it in the night, and in the day, of course, you do the regular job necessary in the open crops. And in the middle, in the left side, you see, in the right side, in the middle, you see the automating machines working autonomous between the rows in the greenhouses for all kinds of fruits and vegetables that you can imagine you can grow in a greenhouse. We are very proud that we are the company that after 34 years of experience in that field, we can deal, as I told you, with any kind of size of agricultural businesses. But the most important thing, we have launched a couple years ago the only international consultancy center for agribusiness sector. That means that any company in the world can call us in any kind of problem with biocontamination, and we can deal and give them customized system for the biosecurity. Doesn't matter if it's in those layers, as I say, fresh product, logistic warehouses, transportation, or food processing units. We're working with the biggest names in the world. We work with Bimbo, that you know that have achieved the Velpitar companies in bakery in Romania. We work with Boromir. It's another good company. We work with Panifcom, of course, and Lactalis in the cheese industry, with Friesland Campina, with Smithfield, with Christium, with Caroli, etc., etc. Everybody works with us because we offer the single solution, the only solution, to disinfect especially the air in the presence of the people and activity. That is the most important in the world, because there is no other way to disinfect the air in the presence of making food products, excepting the UV light technology and the biosecurity system that we are promoting over the world. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you again for the presentation, Mr. Adrian Iurcan, being present for the second time at our conference. We are at the finish line, and all of us are winners because we managed to organize yes, first of all, because you are here with me, I salute and I also say thank you to the ones following us online. It has been a very crowded zone in the online broadcasting, and thank you all for being part of the second edition of our international conference, Dutch-Romanian Climate Smart Agriculture Solutions. I want to thank Teofil again for his help moderating the panel. I want to thank Sophie again for all the help that she did, and of course Anda from the Agriculture Department at the Embassy. I want to bring special thank you to Mr. Vasiliu Stolero, the Vice Rector, Professor representing the University, for all the logistical, administrative and promotional help that we had for this event. Of course, for offering this amazing venue. It's great. And of course, because we are all hungry, tired, and we want to have some fun, of course, in the afternoon to visit some of the places and the innovation centers that the university has here. We want to say again, thank you for being part of this international conference. We are so grateful for all the partners, all the speakers, you as our guests and participants, and I will let you know about the third edition, where we will do it, when, and all the logistical details as soon as possible if you have given your email address at the registration. If not, you still can be in contact with us via Facebook. Like us on Facebook, Dutch Consulate Iași-Ro, Romania, or you can enter in contact with us via the Embassy of the Netherlands in Romania, and we are more than happy to be in contact with you. Thank you again. Enjoy this beautiful afternoon, and of course, those of you that are in Romania, happy Works Day, the 1st of May. It will be for sure a very beautiful holiday that we are all waiting for. Thank you again. Bye-bye. Oh yeah, you can leave the translation headsets here. They will be gathered by my colleagues. Thank you.